Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. This Honorable Commission is now in session pursuant to adjournment. God bless this country and God bless this county. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. The invocation tonight will be given by Kevin Rector, who's from Gallatin First Church of the Nazarene. Mr. Rector.
Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come into this space today to hear deliberations about the governance of our county. We ask you, Lord, to give wisdom and discernment to our commissioners. Where there is disagreement, Lord, help us to not be disagreeable. Lord, we seek your wisdom, your guidance, your leadership, and we pray that your will be done in the midst of this meeting. Amen.
That's the Pledge of Allegiance by the County Clerk. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll go ahead with the roll call. Madam Clerk, you want to put that on the board?
Each commissioner record your presence.
All right. I know that Mrs. Boyd is out tonight. I think Mr. Lambert is trying to find a place to park in the parking lot. So I think he'll be here. He'll join us momentarily. So we will have 23. Of course, just as always, 13 votes required for simple majority and 16 votes required for anything that takes a two-thirds vote. So moving on then to the approval of the regular agenda. Yeah, we've got a couple of changes real quick. It's my southern accent, I guess. But I do know legislative committee item F number 1, the reconstituting the opioid abatement committee, that didn't pass committee, so that one will be struck. Mr. Mansfield. See if I can recall how it is. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Can you, I guess, first restate what you said is being struck from legislature?
I'm sorry. Yeah, item F1, it did not pass through committee. So
Oh, it did not pass through committee?
It did not pass through legislative, so that's why it's being struck.
All right. I want to add 2 items to the agenda. I do want to vote on them separately. First item is I've had on everybody's desk is the resolution for term limits for Sumner County Commissioners based on amendments that were made a month or 2 ago from the floor for 2 terms and send it to a ballot referendum only. And so I move to put that on the agenda.
So there's a motion and say, let's go ahead and put that on board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Okay, so that gets 13 votes. We'll add that to legislative item number 6. Are we moving all the other ones, numbers? Okay. So the last, yeah, we'll just keep it. Item number 6, the last item there on the agenda for legislative is term limits. All right, Mr. Mansfield, do you have a second?
Yeah, second item, I would like to add discussion about volunteer fire department funding to the agenda under budget. I so move.
There's a motion and a second for volunteer fire department funding. Let's put that one on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, we'll add that to budget. The last item on the budget would be number 15, volunteer fire department funding. Mr. Brown.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike F5, Resolution 2510-23.
So there's a motion to strike 2510-23, which is reduce library board from 9 members to 7 members. There's a second by Mr. Teacher, I believe that was his voice. Let's put that on the board. So this needs 13 votes to strike it. So if you vote yes here, you're voting to strike it.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, that does not pass. Seeing no one else, or Ms. Brown, anything else? Okay. All right. So is there a motion for the approval of the regular agenda as amended? There's a motion to approve. There's a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So that passes unanimously. The approval of the consent agenda items. We got a motion and a second. See no one in the queue. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So that's unanimous. Okay, so now we're on item 8, approval of the minutes from September 15th. Motion and a second. No one in the queue. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it was a Ms. Janone will abstain on that vote. All right, certificates of recognition. First off, Mr. Shove is going to present a recognition to our finance director, who is retiring at the end of this month. So, Mr. Shove, Mr. Long, if you want to come up here. I don't know if Mr. Long, if anyone in the audience you'd like to come up with you. Okay, so if they can make their way forward.
Okay, I'm going to say a couple things, and then I'll read this, but I'll go ahead and make a couple notes before I read it. So about 3 years ago, very close to 3 years ago, I don't know why I decided to do this, but I said, hey, I'll be the budget chair, and had no idea what I'm doing, and probably still don't, but I know a little bit more than I used to because of the guy here standing to my left. So Mr. Long has served this county very well. A lot of people may not know who he is. He sits kind of behind us, answers questions from time to time, and stays, largely in the background. But what I would tell you is that he has one of the more difficult and far-reaching jobs in this county. Every time an issue of spending comes up, Mr. Long has to be in the middle of it. And as probably everybody here knows, this commission tends to disagree, probably because different folks within the county disagree on things, which is fine and normal. But at the end of the day, Mr. Long is the person who I call and who others call off hours, random times to say, hey, we need to fix this. And he does a fantastic job. So, David, thank you for your service to us. Thank you personally. I hope I consider you a friend. I hope this goes the other way around. I know I may not deserve it, but you do. So without further ado here, I'm going to go ahead and read this. Whereas David Long has faithfully served and demonstrated his commitment to Sumner County government as the Director of Finance from March 1, 2009 to November 1 of 2025, and whereas Mr. Long earned his Bachelor of Administration degree from East Tennessee State University and previously served as the Director of Accounts and Budgets for Greene County, Tennessee, and as the Legislative Auditor for Tennessee Comptroller's Office, Division of County Audit, and whereas Mr. Long is known for his expertise in government accounting and auditing, and his vast knowledge in many areas related to county government. And whereas throughout his career in government finance, Mr. Long has exemplified the highest standards of government accounting and has been a valuable asset to Sumner County Finance Department and to the Sumner County government, making a lasting impact on Sumner County. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Sumner County Board of County Commissioners meeting in this regular session on the 20th day of October 2025, that this body hereby extends its heartfelt gratitude and recognition to Mr. David Long upon his retirement, commends him for his many years of dedicated services, and extends his best wishes to him for the years to come. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to Mr. David Long and a copy entered into the official minutes of this meeting. I so move.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I really have enjoyed and appreciated working with all the commissioners. Appreciate all the responsibilities you've given me and wish you the greatest of luck. And I'm sure you'll move the county forward in a great manner. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have recognition for Mr. Josh Suddeth. And I think Mayor Isbell, I believe Josh is in, yes, he's there. And Josh, I don't know if you have anyone else you want to bring up with you. If not, we'll handle it that way.
All right, this is quite an honor. I guess probably one of the most leaned on people during my tenure as county mayor has been Josh Suddeth. He is a wealth of wisdom, and he is surely missed. I'm going to read this. It's a resolution of appreciation and recognition honoring the exemplary service of Josh Suddeth, Director of Planning and Engineering for Sumner County. Whereas Josh Suddeth began his tenure as Director of Planning and Engineering for Sumner County on April 25, 2018, and faithfully served in that capacity until October 1st of 2025, bringing more than 7 years of visionary leadership, dedication, and innovation to the role. And whereas during this period, Mr. Josh Suddeth consistently demonstrated the highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and public service, becoming a vital force in shaping the growth and the future of Sumner County. And whereas his sharp intellect, deep expertise, and forward-thinking approach has been instrumental in guiding the county through complex planning initiatives, infrastructure development, and sustainable growth management. And whereas Mr. Suddeth has exhibited exceptional political acumen, a keen wit, and a collaborative spirit that enabled him to navigate challenging issues, unite diverse perspectives, and build consensus across departments, jurisdictions, and communities. And whereas his enduring impact of his work is visible throughout Sumner County, from impressive infrastructure and thoughtful land use to the elevated standards and best practices he championed throughout his tenure. And whereas Mr. Suddeth leaves a deep legacy, not only to what was built, but how it was built, with wisdom, integrity, vision, and service. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Sumner County Board of Commissioners, meeting in its regular session on this 20th day of October 2025, that this body hereby express its deepest appreciation and highest commendation to Josh Suddeth for his exemplary service from April 25th to October 1st, 2025, and for the lasting contribution he has made to the people in the future of Sumner County. And be it further resolved that this resolution be entered into the permanent record and that a copy be presented to Mr. Suddeth as a token of the county's sincere gratitude, admiration, and best wishes for all future endeavors.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So that's unanimous.
snazzy medal for you. I want to see you wearing that. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, after hearing all that, I think y'all may have me confused with somebody else. But I really appreciate the opportunity, Mayor Isbell, that you gave me to work for the county and the county commission that y'all gave me to serve the citizens of the county. I'm just right up the road working for the University of Tennessee now. I'm still at your service. And so I'll be reaching out to you guys here before too long once all the administrative stuff is done at the new job and all that. And I look forward to working with y'all in the future. And I thank you very much. Thank y'all.
So before we move on to this next one, I've been made aware that the live stream may be mixed up. We're trying to fix it. But for any conspiracy theorists out there, there was a massive Amazon Web Service, AWS outage throughout the world, or at least the country, whatever today, so, which is what we do our live streams on. So they actually, Ms. Templeton got them to move our servers over to, I don't know, somebody besides Amazon. And it was working at first, and now apparently it's not working. So we will continue to try to get that operating, but just wanted to make you aware if anyone's posting out on Facebook, you can let those folks aware too. So Mr. Isbell, recognition for Richard Buddy Schaefer.
All right, if I could get Buddy and his family up here, and also the board. And then I'd also like to invite Commissioner Hyde to join us here. Come on up here, buddy. All right.
Carol, you ought to be up here with
Mr. Guthrie, come on up here. Balance it out a little bit. Where's the rest of our board? They're not able to make it. Good deal. All right. I tell you what, this is a profound honor. I've known Buddy for years, and his service with our emergency response system, 911, is just unparalleled. And I'm going to read this resolution honoring Richard Buddy Schaefer, honorary lifetime member of the Tennessee Emergency Number Association. Whereas Richard Buddy Schaefer has been a dedicated servant and leader in the communications industry for approximately 38 years, demonstrating unwavering commitment to public safety and emergency services. And whereas Mr. Schaefer was named the first director of the Sumner County Emergency Communications District upon its formation in 1987, and serving with distinction in that capacity until his retirement in 2017. And whereas following his retirement, Mr. Schaefer was appointed to serve on the Emergency Communication District Board of Directors, where I am proud to serve alongside of him, and where he continues to provide invaluable expertise and guidance to this day. And whereas Mr. Schaefer has demonstrated exceptional leadership within the Tennessee Emergency Number Association, having served as TINA president on 3 separate occasions. And whereas during his 32-year career with Bell South, Mr. Schaefer acquired extensive knowledge of telephone operations, which he applied throughout his career to benefit emergency communication systems. And whereas Mr. Schaefer served his country with honor for over 24 years in the Air National Guard, exemplifying his dedication to public service. And whereas Mr. Schaefer has been an avid supporter of young athletics, serving many years as a high school football referee and earning induction into the Middle Tennessee Football Association Hall of Fame. And whereas Mr. Schaefer and his beloved wife share 67 years of marriage. Demonstrating the same commitment to family that he has shown to his community. And whereas most of Buddy's life has been committed to serving others and ensuring that the 911 system in Sumner County and throughout Tennessee stands as a solid component of service to our citizens, and whereas beyond his many years of professional service, Buddy Schaefer is recognized as a true gentleman and a mentor to many in the emergency communications field. And whereas the Tennessee Emergency Number Association has recognized Mr. Schaefer's lifetime of service by bestowing upon him the honor of honorary lifetime member, now therefore be it resolved by the Sumner County Board of County Commissioners meeting in its regular session on this 20th day of October 2025, that this body hereby honors and commends Richard Buddy Schaefer for his extraordinary dedication, leadership, and service to the emergency communications community, to Sumner County, and to the state of Tennessee. And be it further resolved that this body extends our heartfelt congratulations to Mr. Schaefer on receiving this well-deserved recognition as an honorary lifetime member of the Tennessee Emergency Number Association. And be it further resolved that this resolution be entered upon the official records and that a copy be presented to Richard Buddy Schaefer as a token of appreciation and deepest gratitude for his decades of selfless service, his mentorship to countless professionals in the field, and to his unwavering commitment to ensuring that our 911 systems serve and protect our citizens effectively.
Motion second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? So that's unanimous.
Do I say a couple words?
I got thinking today when we started this. I looked back to see just who was on our first 911 board, and sorry, but they all have gone up to heaven. It's Hank Thompson, Jack Long, James England, Robert Timmons, Bruce Moore, Tim Murphy, Bill Sloan, Glenn Parsley, Bethel Brown, Buck Rogers. That was a fabulous board, but that's not all. I've had every board member I've had has been great. Every police officer, sheriffs, police, fire, and every one of them has always given me 100% help. I never, with what I did, made sure that we had something they wanted to use. I didn't use equipment, I just made sure they got what they wanted. And every time we bought equipment, our board members, we had them come in, they voted on it, and then we took it to the board, and the board always supported us. And Jim has been on the board for I don't know how many years. And where's Donna? Donna was with me. Poor thing, she put me for over 20 years. Ben's been on the board several years. Mike's back on the board. And I was at a state conference last weekend. Everybody I talked to up there at the state board, they all talked about how great Mike is. Mike, you're doing a great job. And proud to have you take my place. And family, thank you. Appreciate you.
Okay. Next up, we have a resolution. Mr. Isbell is going to give a resolution awarding the service weapon of Deputy Jerry Suarez to his wife. His wife was not able to be here tonight, but we wanted to go ahead and provide this resolution, and we'll make sure they get the information. Mr. Mayor.
So for those that don't know, we recently lost one of our SRO officers who actually worked for the Gallatin High School. And Jerry was a friend of many. And this resolution tonight is to gift his service weapon to the family. And it's an award to serve as a permanent remembrance of Deputy Soros' dedication, sacrifice, and devotion to the citizens of Sumner County. And we will present this resolution at a later date with the family. They were unable to be here, as Chairman mentioned, but tonight we do need a motion and a vote to gift that service weapon to.
Got a motion by Mr. Reams, second by Mr. Pomeroy. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Mr. Young?
Last week, many of you probably don't realize that I do mental health in my profession. And last week, it came over me that the Lord was speaking to me, and he said to me in my spirit, we need to talk about suicide prevention. Suicide prevention is something we all need to understand. I have asked, many people will confide in me about different things, and suicide is sometimes one of them. Commissioner Miller was willing to come up and talk to you about, before we talk more about this, about what happened to her family. And I'm going to give her a minute to talk about it, and then I'm going to talk to you about the rest of this.
Last August, my cousin, my first cousin, we were 10 years apart. We were more like sisters than we were cousins. She unfortunately took her life and shocked the entire family. She left behind 2 young children, and it's still unreal. It's still every day you wake up and you're like, oh my gosh, like you live it over and over. So Commissioner Denung asked me to share a little bit, and it has rocked our world. But we keep going and we support her children, and but it's an epidemic, and we've got to do something to help with this mental health issue that we have.
So for all of you, I would like you all to look at your watch and set your timer for 11 minutes. Don't panic, I'm not going to talk for 11 minutes. But I want you to set your watch for 11 minutes, and in a few minutes, I'm going to tell you why I want you to do that. Over 49,000 people have committed suicide recently. 49,000 people, that's a lot. One of the things that we have a responsibility to do as a citizen, as a family member, is to talk to each other about how they're doing. I don't know if any of you know that when someone if someone you know is that you've known for a long time or any time, maybe just a short period of time, a coworker, a child, and they begin to withdraw or they are acting different, how often do you ask them, are you okay? You look different. Something going on? And many of us don't do that. Many of us are very busy. We don't have time, or we forget. We overlook it. But the reason I asked you to set your clock at 11 minutes is because one person dies every 11 minutes of suicide. That's a lot. So when you take your coffee break at work, one person has committed suicide during your coffee break. I implore you all to think about suicide prevention. The website for suicide prevention is extremely helpful. There's a lot of information out there. But I really hope that many of you will join me in this proclamation. We need each other. Our world is upside down right now. There's a lot of hate. There's a lot of discourse. People are not happy. People are nervous. People are anxious. Many are turning to drugs. People don't know what to do. They're hopeless. In my world, I hear a lot of this. There's medications for it, but we don't always have to take medication. We can pray to the Lord. God will come to your side. God's always there. You may say, oh, I don't want religion, but truly God is there with you. When you feel despair, prevention is talking to God. So I'm not here to preach to you, but I'm here to give you advice. So in saying this, I want you all to stand up. All of you, stand up, please. All of you. Thank you. And I want you to put up your right hand. And I want you to swear, whereas suicide is the leading cause of death in the United States, claiming the lives of over 49,000 Americans each year, with devastating effects on families and communities across the nation. And whereas the state of Tennessee continues to experience high rates of suicide, impacting residents of all ages, gender, races, backgrounds, including individuals here in Sumner County. And whereas we, the County Commission, but you as the citizens, recognize that suicide is a complex public health issue. You can prevent through education, awareness, compassion, and coordinated community response. And whereas organizations such as the Tennessee Suicide Prevention Network, TSPN, and the National Alliance of Mental Health, local schools, law enforcement, local agencies, health providers, faith communities are working tirelessly to the stigma associated with mental illness and to promote mental wellness. Mental wellness should never be a stigma. Whereas it is essential for all citizens to know that help is available in those crises, including the 988 suicide. That is the new number, 988. Remember that number, 988. And Crisis Lifeline, which immediate, confidential, and accessible support to anyone experienced throughout thoughts of suicide and emotional stress. And whereas the Sumner County Commission acknowledges the importance of supporting suicide prevention programs, mental health education, and community-based initiatives designed to reach those in need to foster and resilience and in hope. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the County Board of Commissioners and all of you meeting in regular session this 20th day of October 2025, that the Commission and all of you recognize the month of October 2025 as the Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in Sumner County, Tennessee. Encourage all citizens, your neighbors, your government agents, your schools, your health organizations, your pastors, your groups to work together to provide awareness, understanding, and prevention of suicide. So be it further resolved that the Commission affirms in its commitment to promoting mental health, supporting those affected by suicide, and fostering a community of compassion, understanding the hope throughout Sumner County. I asked you, since you have raised your hand, that you will be that one person that will go out and say to your neighbor, are you okay? Hey, can I help you? Is there something I can do for you? God loves you. I know He does. But if you need help, I'm here for you. Please tell me by raising your hand that you will do that. Yes? Okay. You can sit down. And we're done. Thank you for doing that. April?
Yeah, this is a proclamation. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nunn and Ms. Miller, for that. And again, as she alluded to, you know, we keep in our minds and our prayers, our thoughts, the Ballinger family with their daughter Sophia, the situation that occurred a week or two ago. So thank you again. This is okay, both of these, okay. All right, we are now moving to the portion of the meeting for the recognition of the public. This is the recognition of public. This is agenda items only. At the end of the meeting, there's a different portion for non-agenda items. This is for agenda items only. Just as a reminder, I know we probably have some new faces in the crowd. Appreciate everyone coming out. Each speaker has up to 5 minutes. When you come up, you'll state your name and your address. And as you'll come to this microphone, you'll see a timer once you start. So 5 minutes. Comments must be related to agenda items, like I mentioned. No elected official should be referenced by name. Please keep your remarks respectful and within these guidelines. And also, we've got a great list. We got over a page and a half. If you find that your comments have already been mentioned, feel free to let us know that. You don't have to use up the whole 5 minutes to repeat items that have already been mentioned. But with that, we'll start off with Ms. Kimberly Overton. Yes, sir. It's not. Yeah, the live stream is not back up yet. But go ahead, Ms. Overton.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Kimberly Overton, 104 Glen Oak Court, West Hendersonville. First, I want to begin by thanking you all for your service to Sumner County. I recognize the weight of the responsibility you all carry, the long hours, the public scrutiny, and the sacrifices that come with serving in local government. I truly respect the work that you do for our community, so I thank each one of you. As a resident and taxpayer of Sumner County, I also recognize that my role is to speak up, respectfully but firmly, when I see decisions being made that I believe are not in the best interest of our community. And tonight, I'm asking you to vote against the resolution to reduce the library board from 9 members down to 7. Here's why. Our library board has struggled for months to maintain a quorum. Meetings have been canceled or postponed repeatedly, not because the board is too large, but because too many appointed members are simply not showing up. Reducing the number of seats does not solve the problem of absenteeism. It rewards it. It transfers the workload of many onto the shoulders of the few who are faithfully serving and doing the work. If this resolution passes, those who have been consistently dedicated will carry an even heavier burden. And that's neither fair nor wise governance. I would also ask that before considering any structural change, this body look carefully at attendance and participation records. If members are repeatedly absent or failing to fulfill their duties, they should be replaced. I'm so sorry. I lost my notes. I apologize. 1 second. Okay, if members are repeatedly absent or failing to fulfill their duties, they should be replaced with people who are willing to show up, engage, and represent the community well. The issue isn't the number of board members, it is accountability for the role. Furthermore, the timing of this proposal raises serious concerns. There's no urgent reason to reduce the board right now, especially while there is still an unfilled vacancy that could help restore quorum and move library business forward. Any change made hastily, particularly one that would immediately remove an active chairperson, will only deepen public distrust and feed the perception of political maneuvering behind closed doors. Sumner County citizens deserve transparency, ethical leadership, and decision-making rooted in fairness, not in personality conflicts or political agendas. The library board plays an essential role in the shaping of the educational and cultural foundation of our county. That responsibility demands consistency, integrity, and respect for due process. And I want to address something deeper, something many families in this county are talking about. A topic that's seemingly controversial, when personally I can't believe it even needs to be a discussion. There has been growing unease over the kinds of books and materials being made available in our public libraries, especially those containing sexually explicit or gender ideology content aimed at children. This concern isn't about censorship, it's about protecting innocence. It's about recognizing that parents have the right and the ultimate authority to decide when and how sensitive topics are introduced to their children. We are a county built on faith, family, and community values. Our library should reflect and respect those values, not work against them. Decisions about materials and leadership should be made by people who share those core convictions, who understand the weight of shaping young minds, and who see the library as a place of learning, not confusion. That's why this board matters so much. The people of Sumner County are watching closely. We want leaders who will stand up for what's right, for transparency, accountability, and the moral integrity that our children deserve. In a moral society, our highest obligation is to protect the children. There is no greater calling than standing in the gap for them. In closing, I urge you to take a step back. Do not reduce the library board. Instead, focus on restoring participation, integrity, and representation. Ensure that those who serve are truly serving, showing up, contributing, and upholding the standards of the positions they hold. Leadership isn't about doing what's easy or politically expedient. It's about doing what's right, even when no one's watching, even when it's not popular. I know a little something about that. Please do the right thing, because it is the right thing to do. Vote no on the resolution to reduce the library board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, one thing I did fail to mention, so that's great, because I failed to mention a lot of newbies. There will be no more of that during our public comments. You can save your applause for after y'all leave tonight, but next up, Mary Cole. You can state your name and your address, please.
My name is Mary Cole, and I live at 514 Crowley Lane in Gallatin. Want to thank you all commissioners for attending tonight, for sure. And I too want to express support for a full library board, and there's some vacancies on there already, and we would like godly people appointed who will uphold godly family values. We are against these transgender materials in the library. We don't want them. One of the main reasons is because children, they cannot be consenting adults to these procedures, to these materials in front of them. It's just not appropriate for children, and they can't be consenting adults. No matter, you can't make those books be like age appropriate for the children. And not every child who comes in the library would have a proactive parent with them. So we just think this is something children don't need to be exposed to. All these political shenanigans are only going to get you so far, because I've read the back of the book here. It's not a political battle, it is a spiritual battle. This is good versus evil, God versus evil. You can't change your gender because God created everybody male or female. That's in Genesis 1:27. You can mutilate all this outward, you can change it, you can add to it, take away, cut your hair, sew in hair, you can change all these things. But you cannot change your spirit and your soul, because you did not create that. God is 3 parts, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and we are 3 parts, spirit, soul, and body. So no matter what you do to your outward physical, you cannot change your inside. You cannot change your spirit. And so that's why we would like for you to vote staff the library board with people who will support godly values. Thank you for letting me express my opinion.
Appreciate that, thank you. Mr. Paul Graydon. Then after Paul will be Dan Smith. So Mr. Graydon, your name and address, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. Don't be nervous by my notes. My name is Dr. Paul Graydon. I live at 122 Great Falls Court in Gallatin. I am here tonight because my wife and I moved here a number of years ago because we lived in Robertson County, and all the exposure I had when I was running Mid-Cumberland Community Action Agency, all the exposure I had to Sumner County was so great that we decided we wanted to live here, and we moved here. We were proud, and I believe we still are proud members of Sumner County. But, to be honest, I'm really embarrassed by the library board's behavior. Not all of them, but the 4 members who keep skipping meetings I took my time to attend the last meeting, and they didn't have the courtesy to even show up to hear what I and others had to say, much less vote on the issues at hand. Frankly, I'm almost ashamed when I'm telling people this morning I was out in a social thing and they found out I live here, because word's gotten around about this craziness going on in Sumner County. I wanted to look at the facts. The latest census data estimates that I could find for the LGBTQ plus community was only about 3 to 4% of our county population, yet their voices seem to be the loudest. They're sweeping aside 96% of us in Sumner County, not necessarily with persuasive arguments either. I've seen a lot of disruption and behavior I didn't care. I'm glad my children weren't there to see. We're catering to a tiny minority at the expense of the majority's values. This can't be right for our libraries, where our families rely on wholesome resources. Now, I will say I've been an ordained minister since 1999, so I got a scripture coming at you. This one's close to my heart. It's the words of Jesus in Mark 8, verse 38. He said, "If anyone's ashamed of me and my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, the Son of Man will be ashamed of them when he comes in his Father's glory with the holy angels." I believe this decision about the size of the library board tonight is a spiritual one, as was said earlier. And you're, frankly, commissioners, standing up, whether you're ashamed of the gospel or not. And if you're ashamed of the gospel and won't stand up for what's right, then Jesus is going to be ashamed of you before his Father. Not my words, it's Jesus' words. I looked at some of the history. Apparently, the commission before this one increased the size of the board to 11. And the reason they did that was because there was such an absentee problem. Reducing the board was already been reduced once to 9, but reducing it down to 7, this new development, without the commission even putting a name forward to fill that vacancy that's been there for months, it makes me wonder if this reduction was planned. If the true motive here is not serving our libraries, but eliminating opposing voices. Instead of shrinking this library board, I urge you to replace those 4 members who are consistently absent. Obviously, their heart's not in it. There's a ton of work to do, and cutting numbers just burdens the few who actually prioritize showing up and gladly undertake these serious responsibilities. There also seems to be a clear conflict of interest between the commission, and to have the same commissioner on the commission and the library board just reeks of a conflict of interest. I asked the board to take steps to set policy to prevent this from ever happening again. It just reeks. I want to close with another verse. You see, I'm a grandfather too. I've got grandchildren that I want them to feel like Sumner County is a safe place to be. My wife feels the same way, I'm sure. I'm talking for her. In that light, I urge you to hear Jesus' warning in Matthew 18, verses 6 and 7. He speaks specifically about our children. He says, "Whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it will be better for him to have a great millstone fastened around his neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea." Again, not my opinion, but the very words of Jesus. All right, thank you. I appreciate your letting me speak tonight.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Dan Smith, and then up next after him is David Reed.
I want to take just a second, and
You can start with your address, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine.
Sorry. I'm Dan Smith, and I'm from 1290 Woods Ferry here in Gallatin, and I just want to thank you all for your service, and I really mean that. I mean, you guys, I can't imagine doing what you all do. I'm here to talk about 2510-23, and I want to give you 3 reasons why I oppose diminishing the board from 9 members down to 7 members. I just want to give you 3 reasons. A 9-member board gives a greater and a broader representation of our county. It's critically important, I think, that we represent our county well. It gives greater diversity of thought, gives greater diversity of expertise when it comes to the board. And let me pause here for a second, because I don't know about y'all, but sometimes when I get in meetings, board meetings or whatever, someone's talking and I'm really not tracking with them. And I'm saying this not because I don't think y'all are, but because I really want you to hear my heart, man. Just hear what I'm saying. And if there's any possibility that it could change your idea, there's no shame in that. There's no shame in saying, there's been times in my life where I was wrong in what I thought. And there's no shame in saying, you know what, I need to reconsider that. I just want to say that, so I'll shut up about that. We need a board that actually, when it comes to the library board, we need a board that actually represents our county values. And I'm just going to tell you, you guys know, we're in a conservative area. With more board members, they can actually represent us, which is exactly what we want them to do. The second reason is this. If a few board members decide not to show up, you can still hopefully have a quorum so that you can vote on something. Unless, of course, you're trying to game the system and not vote because you know you're not going to win. I mean, part of what we do is, we hear the arguments and then we vote. And you know what? We deal with whatever we have to deal with, and then we keep rolling. And then the third reason is because of enhanced accountability and better decision-making. A 9-member board reduces the risk, I believe, of groupthink, peer pressure and groupthink. It also reduces the risk of a small faction of people actually having dominance over the board, which appears to me like that's probably happening, or at least they want it to happen that way. So I want to strongly urge all of the commissioners, really think about this and use common sense, and think about your vote when you're voting for this particular policy. And if you're not thinking right, then possibly change the way you vote. I want to urge you to vote for common sense. I want to end with a quote, and I'm done. And this is by I don't know who it's from, Chuck Swindoll, I think, or something like that. It says, "Too many people have a commitment of convenience. They'll stay faithful as long as it's safe and it doesn't involve risk, rejection, or criticism. Instead of standing alone in the face of a challenge, they check to see which way their friends are going." And I hope that that's not the case with any of you council members. I just really believe that it's pretty common sense when it comes to, because what we're really trying to do, like somebody just said, is protect our kids, man. I want to protect my children, and I want to protect them from the confusion that the LGBTQ community seems to enhance in their lives. So I'm done. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. All right, thank you. Next up is David Reed, and then after that, and I apologize, is it Michelle, maybe Michelle Tacker, Michaela Tacker? But David Reed, if your name and address, please.
My name is David Reed, and I live in Twin Eagle subdivision here in Gallatin.
What's your exact address for the record?
424 Maya Marie Drive.
Thanks, sir.
First and foremost, I'm a Christian, and I'm not ashamed of that. I nominated myself for the library board. I sent an email to all of the county commissioners, and only one of you responded. I'm not going to name names, but 1 out of 24, you should be ashamed. Thank you.
All right, next up, Michelle Tacker. After that will be Layla Denton. I apologize if I say it, but yeah, your name and address, please.
Good evening, I'm Michelle Tacker. I live at 1001 Wynwood Drive, Castellian Springs. There's not much that I can say that those that have spoken before me have said. I agree with every comment. I too oppose reducing the library board. I also think that the abdication of commitment has been evidently shown in the repeated absences of board members. I think that speaks volumes of what is valuable to them by not showing up to serve the community that they have volunteered to step up and serve and to represent. So I ask each of you, please consider this. Those of us that are here care about our libraries, care about the information provided to us in the libraries. You'll never go wrong setting a higher standard. And I'm asking each of you to vote no to reduce the library board. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that, thank you. Layla Denton, and then after that will be Jana Novak, maybe? Ms. Denton, if you can give your name and your address, please.
Layla Denton, 214 Daleview Avenue, Gallatin, Tennessee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I won't take much of your time. I just wanted to say that I believe the library board members who have not been in attendance and have stated that they will not attend until the chairwoman's term is over are abusing a place of power. What they are doing is not only disrespectful to the fellow board members, but also the community. This is not just one or two members not attending. This is half of the board that seems to be boycotting. How can business be attended to? How do they know the community's wishes and beliefs if they are not there to hear the public comment? This behavior should not be tolerated in any capacity. And I would compel you to find out why this resolution is being proposed. What is the purpose of reducing the board size, and why is it being proposed now? To me, it is something worth questioning, and I pray that you vote against the reduction of board members. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Denton. Jana Novak, and after that will be Elizabeth Broadway. Give your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Jana Nowak. I just want to thank you all for your service. I'm grateful to live in Sumner County. I do hope for more than what I've experienced recently. I do not support the reduction of the library board. 4 board members did not show up the last 2 library board meetings, and quorum wasn't met to do business. Why would we reduce it further? Why now, and why immediately? And is it to allow the board members who refused to show up at the last 2 meetings to then have the majority and prevent the conservative and responsible collection policy, which removes the transgender books? Had the mayor allowed the recording device at the last board meeting, you would have all heard the many voices that came to the meeting and expressed their support in removing the transgender books, and even more than the previous meeting, which was recorded. The library board room was filled and there was overflow that wasn't even allowed in, the majority supporting the removal of the books. I do not understand why this is such a divisive issue. We shouldn't harm children by placing seeds of doubt into their mind about their basic biology. We have an executive order that states that there is 2 genders. There's also in the executive order was to remove trans ideology from federal agencies, K through 12 schools. In AG, the Attorney Generals were paneled to investigate schools not in compliance. The Tennessee ban on medically transitioning children were upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court. So I think, again, I don't understand why it is so divisive. I urge you not to agree to reduce the size of the board so that we could have more people on the board that agree with the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nowak. Elizabeth Broadway, and then it will be Melody Vondry, sorry. Your name and address, please.
Sure. I'm Elizabeth Broadway. I live at 160 South Tunnel in Portland. I'm here to talk about the library, whether we have 7 or 9. I honestly can't say if that's going to make a difference. The reality is I just started going to library board stuff in May. And when I was in May, when I was in August, and what I believe to be the actual scheduled meetings, not the additional scheduled meetings, these board members were in attendance. They were there. The issue with the collections bill is that it was turned down twice. In both of those meetings, it was gotten rid of. We didn't need to have this on the bill. But we have a current chairperson who wants to continually bring this to the front of the thing. And with that being said, we are failing the rest of our library. Our libraries aren't having the proper staff. They don't have what they need. For me, I'd like to remind everybody of the mission of Sumner County Libraries, seeing as we've talked so much about faith and people's beliefs and what they feel like. But the mission of the Sumner County Public Library is to provide materials and services to aid all library guests, all. I am a member of the LGBT community. I am part of the 3 to 4%. My family deserves to be represented. The public library is a public library for all of us who live here, all of us. We have friends who are transgender who live in this community. We have families of other faith that hold different beliefs than the Christians who are in this room today. All of us exist and live in this space, and we deserve to be seen in books. We deserve to know that people are different. It creates empathy. It creates understanding of the world, in all honesty. A big piece of this, too, in the mission, I will say, it's for educational, recreational, and informational purposes. Tennessee has a super low literacy rate, and even young adult books can be over adult heads. And also, one person's idea of harmful material can vastly different from another. Having my child read about alcoholic, apathetic parents is more disturbing to me than having an actual conversation about science and why some people may be different than them. If we want to talk the Bible, let's talk about eunuchs. Let's talk about Jesus and how some were born that way. They existed, even in Bible times. Some were castrated and made to be eunuchs. Some chose to be. And the definition of a eunuch is people who can't reproduce. Those are intersex people. Intersex people can't reproduce. Science is real. The Bible was written before we had technology, before we understood the true way that God designed people. It's bigger and it's more than any of us could ever understand. So to limit the idea of what God can create is problematic. Are there people that maybe don't have family who can understand them, who can have conversations, who can help them understand that maybe because we have a society that's created such specific gender norms that people don't feel comfortable in those spaces? Yeah, I think that's a bigger problem than whether or not we have a book in a library that you can choose not to check out. Your little babies aren't reading those books. You're letting them check them out. You're reading them to them most of the time. Most of Tennesseans are at a 6th grade reading level. That means they can't even understand. It's there. Oh, like 50%. I shouldn't say most. You're right. I shouldn't say most. We're at a 50%.
Let's not have back and forth dialogue.
Sorry.
That's not only you, so I'm telling them as well, so
Okay.
thank you.
Those are our statistics. And so to remove books from libraries that adults can't even access is problematic. You're not just protecting children, you're taking away adults' rights because of a belief system that you have. And you're allowed to have that, but others are allowed to have a different one. That's what we are in America. We are a melting pot of cultures, of people. And above anything else, God calls us to love.
10 seconds.
Even if you don't understand it. At the end of the day, libraries are not faith-based institutions. They're meant to serve every member of the community. And whether we have 7 or 9, the 9 were showing up. They were.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Melody Vaudry, and then next up will be Linda Huey. Your name and address, please.
Hello, I'm Melody Vaudry, 3517 New Hope Road in Hendersonville. This is not my thing, but I'm doing it. I feel like if 2 children can get up and do it, and our pastor encourages us to be bold, so. I'm here because I care deeply about our children and our grandchildren and what they're being taught and exposed to. My heart is heavy for what's happening in Sumner County. Too often, those in leadership seem to care more about power and control than truth and the well-being of our families. The push to change the library board from 9 members to 7 is simply another attempt to silence conservative voices. I stand for protecting our children from sexually explicit and confusing materials. I believe, as God's word said, that He created us male and female, and that the truth should be honored, not blurred. Our libraries and schools should be places that uplift moral values, not challenge or distort them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Linda Huey. Next up will be Jay Ritterbeck. Hey, your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Linda Huey, and I live 201 Bahia Mar Point, Hendersonville, Tennessee. First of all, I would like to thank all the commissioners that took the time to read the 2 recent emails that I have sent them. And I would also like to thank the very few, though, that did respond. I did notice that. I'm here today to express my concern over the agenda item for tonight's County Commission meeting, decreasing the library board from 9 members to 7. In my recent recollection, there were 11 seats on the library board. It was reduced to 9. The question in my mind is, what has necessitated these constant decreases? I have attended the last 2 out of 3 library board sessions. I noticed that there were very few library board members in attendance, not even enough to have a quorum. So business of the library board could not be conducted. I realize that emergencies arise. Everyone in this room has had emergencies that have prohibited them from attending to something that they had planned on going to. So I completely understand that. However, when an entire voting block is missing from 3 out of the past 3 meetings, that looks suspicious. Then when it's announced that 2 of those members would not be attending any meetings until November, conveniently when the chair rotates off the board, it appears even more suspicious. In the real world, if I could not fulfill my duties that I had been appointed to, volunteered for, I would kindly step down. Apparently my plate was too full. Or I would probably be asked to step down. My question is, why is this behavior accepted and tolerated? If I were committed, I would acknowledge that fact and kindly resign from the position, allowing someone with both the time and the sincere desire to serve. As a resident of Sumner County for 33 years, I ask that the County Commission address these blatant absentee issues. If there's not a policy speaking to this problem, I ask that you create one. If there is a policy, I ask that you follow it. I did not attend today's library board meeting, so I cannot speak to that. But the two prior, I did attend. Your constituents took the time out of their busy schedule to be there. There were full houses at both of those meetings. There were approximately 100 people waiting outside the library to attend the meeting last week, only to find 4 of your appointees not showing up. Most did not even have a worthy excuse. These are public servants. Everybody likes to claim to be a public servant. Well, servants serve. The public deserves better. Again, in the real world, this kind of absenteeism would not be tolerated. So what is the plan? Secondly, I would like to address one other point. It's very disingenuous to appoint library board members from the floor, totally ignoring candidates who have been vetted and who are qualified and ready to serve. Those people were overwhelmingly supported by the community with hundreds of emails, but yet they were denied the opportunity to serve on that board. Yet some people were elected from the floor. That doesn't seem very genuine to the voting public. Lastly, I would like to request that the county commission reappoint the chair, the current chair of the library board, Joanna Daniels, allowing no gap in her service. This action would require the immediate response of this county commission. It is evident from the great number of attendees at the meetings this past week and the week before.
Your time's up, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Jay Ritterbeck, followed by Sherry Scott. Your name and address, please.
Jay Ritterbeck, 349 Lola Lane, Cottontown. I also attended, not today's library board meeting, but the prior two, and it was, I agree, disappointing not to have a full quorum. There was other business, not just this policy that's hotly debated. There's 2 directors, I believe, that also need to be confirmed or appointed. That was business that was not taken care of. So that was really disappointing for me to just know that as well. I was showing up to actually talk about the policy, and sadly, very little discussion was about the policy, and it was a lot of back and forth on personal issues and attacks, and we never really talked about the policy itself much. And one gentleman attempted to, and 2 minutes is pretty quick. You know, we have 5 here, so hopefully I don't go that long. There are some things that I think could be edited in that policy. We want to protect the kids, but my reading of it was that it did, unfortunately, exclude out a wide judgment of books that would be inappropriate morally. I have an issue with trying to legislate morality. We shouldn't be there. If we disagree with some books, there's policy, is it appropriate for kids or not? Don't get rid of the book completely. Have an amendment in that policy that puts it in the adult section. If a parent wants to check that out and expose their kid to it, that's their choice as a parent. We may not all agree or disagree with how they want to raise their kids, but they'll be judged for that. That's their right, their freedom. I moved here, my wife and I, 3 years ago from California. I've seen that edge. We moved here for Tennessee values, so I hope you can know my position. I wouldn't want to teach that to my child, but I also have 2 gay aunts, and one of my good friends in California transitioned from Jim to Gemma. Love him dearly. If he wants to teach his kids about that, I don't agree with that lifestyle, but That's his choice, her choice. Again, trying to legislate morality, I think, is a lost cause, and we just end up getting polarized and talk past each other, and it creates tribalism, and there's just no resolution to that. We've got to live together. Sumner County is a very special place, and I'm saddened to see the neglect that we're seeing in this particular instance with the library board. I think there were 5 pretty simple edits in that policy that if we would have a quorum and could actually discuss, would be a good discussion. I think whoever proposed that this be stricken from today, I thank you everybody that voted against that, because then it wouldn't be on the agenda and I don't think we would have been able to talk about it. So we would have shown up and had to go home. Again, wasted time and effort, and so thank you for being able to have this discussion. I'm very interested to see what you all actually bring up and talk about with the board going from 7 to 9. It was very disheartening to have a quorum not be there. It's, a lot of people it's not easy to take off work or use comp time or admin time to get there. By not showing up, I think that happened in Texas, and it's kind of happening on both sides in DC right now. I hope Sumner County, and I hope you all behave better. I think you do. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Sherry Scott, followed by Caden Hesse. Scott, if you can give your name and your address, please.
Hi, I'm Sherry Scott. I live at 147 St. Andrews Drive in Hendersonville. Thank you to each one of you on the chair. We honor and respect your positions. You have some high, powerful seats. God tells us that there'll come a time that there'll be no more written filthy books, because there will no longer be a need. There won't be a market for them. So my question is, when the world becomes that way, where is your seat at the table at that time? Where will you fit in that world when there's no longer a call for filthy books? I hope and I pray that each one of you reflect on that question, and you think about that question over and over until you can only respond to that question in the correct way. And that correct way is to say, no, if it weren't for Jesus Christ, I would not have a seat. So before you go and you vote to reduce the seats of the library board, please consider, I pray, you make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Caden Hesse, and then Hannah Hesse. You can state your name and your address, please, sir.
My name is Caden Hesse, and I live at 1524 Latimer Lane. I want to thank all of you commissioners for being here and for taking your time to serve the county and to see things through and get things done. And I hope we can make some progress tonight. My name is Caden Hesse, and I am a Gen Z conservative. I'm recently married, and I'm deeply committed to the future of this community. I'm here to urge you to vote no on the resolution to reduce the library board from 9 to 7. I don't want you all to be misled. I think it's plain as day, but perhaps not. This is 100% political maneuvering to try to silence conservative voices on the library board. This is personal for me. I'm newly married, and I'm planning a family here. And I don't want my children to grow up in a place where I have to be concerned about what kind of things they're going to find at the library, what kind of material they're going to come across. And if this goes through to vote the library board from 9 to 7, that's the kind of stuff we're going to see, because all this is for is to silence conservative voices in the library board. By removing those votes, by removing those seats, you're taking something that is more balanced and making it far less balanced. It's not about efficiency. There's no clear evidence that reducing the board from 9 to 7 will make it more effective. The board was already reduced from 11 to 9 in the past, and that got us here. So maybe we should try going the other way. This resolution feels like a deliberate attempt to tip the balance of the library board away from conservative principles that Sumner County voters support. Some board members have been inconsistent in their attendance or have taken positions that don't align with their community values, like supporting explicit pro-transgender materials in these libraries. Some of these things aren't subjective about what you believe, about what you don't believe. It's just wrong. It's just bad for kids to see this kind of stuff. There's not a debate about what you believe. Even though I would love to get up here and tell you all the reasons the Bible says that we need to remove it, it's easier than that. It's just wrong. It just shouldn't be there. Kids just shouldn't be exposed to this. We shouldn't be having this debate. Instead of reducing the board, we need to ensure it's filled with committed conservatives who show up and represent the majority's will in Sumner County. Commissioners, as Republicans, you campaigned on Republican values. And I think that, well, I think it's obvious, Sumner County voted Republican. You guys campaigned as Republicans. Perhaps we should vote in accordance with Republican values. If you were to push resolutions to increase the liberal voice in libraries, it'll feel like a betrayal. These actions look like the kind of political games we'd expect from liberals, but not from leaders in the Conservative Party that should be upholding our values. As a young, newly married conservative, I'm speaking up because my generation is counting on you, and my kids are counting on you. The things that you set in place are going to be affecting for decades to come. And so it's important to me. We voted for Republicans expecting you to protect our values and not act like rhinos, Republicans in name only, and be promoting these things that are truly against our value while putting an R at the end of your name on the ballot. I want my future children to grow up in a county where libraries uphold the standards we believe in, we, the majority, believe in, not where a few commissioners undermine the conservative majority. I urge you to vote no against this resolution. Instead of reducing the library board, focus on appointing active conservative members who will show up, actually show up, and represent Sumner County's values. Strengthen the board, don't weaken it. I thank you for your service to this county and for listening to all of us today. Let's keep Sumner County a place where conservative voices are heard and our libraries reflect the community that is actually here and that we're all proud to call home. For my family, for y'all's families, for all the future families, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hannah Hesse. And then after that will be Sonnet Penters, maybe? I apologize. If you need your name and address, please.
Hello, I am Hannah Hesse. I do live with my husband, so 1524 Latimer Lane, Hendersonville. I honor the Republic of America, and I appreciate the opportunity to let my voice be heard tonight. I'm up here because I disagree with the resolution regarding the library board. To start off, I stand here representing an entire generation, which is Gen Z. And let me be clear, Gen Z is not in favor of wickedness in high places that is trying to take over Sumner County. While some commissioners and library board members have forced their way into push an anti-American agenda, I'm here to tell you tonight, we want nothing to do with that. We, the people of Sumner County, believe in faith, family, country, and freedom, and we have no desire to align ourselves with those who oppose those values. I'm grateful to live in a country where we can agree to disagree. What I'm not in favor of is lying to the people who make this country great, and those people, commissioners, are the people that are right behind you. When wickedness in high places and deception is running and ruining your county, your city, someone needs to say it. We thought you, some of you commissioners, had our back. Then you went against everything Sumner County stands for, and that's not who we want to run our county or our library board. We all see that the majority of the people that will be remaining on the board never show up for a vote on the sexual ideology transgender books or have stated that they are okay with those books. I'm all for doing what's right and fair, but when you all decide to shove your way through doing what you want to do and disregarding the guidelines of it all, you are the ones who deserve to be off, and respectfully take your left agenda elsewhere. We do not want this perversion in our community. The 4 library board members seem to be consistently absent and should be replaced instead of making the board smaller. You're wanting to make the board smaller instead of facing the facts that you all said one thing but did another, and now it has put the Sumner County people in jeopardy because you will not comply with what is right. For example, those 4 did not show up to the 4:30 p.m. library meeting today, and these are the people responsible for overseeing the county libraries. I would like to point out that this is a conflict of interest for a commissioner on the board to bring this resolution, since this person is on the library board. This person did not even address it with the library board first and went over the board's head. And again, not doing the right thing and hoping they can slide through the cracks without being called out for it. Thinking of the library board resolution, can we think rationally for just a second? First, why hasn't anyone asked the board if they feel it should be reduced to 7? Second, there's a lot of work I'm sure that the members of the board have to do and take on. So by reducing the number of board members, that would put a lot of unnecessary weight and work on the other few who actually show up, leading to more stress, less time with family, and avoiding the values that Sumner County stands for. The library board resolution is furthering the left agenda, and Sumner County is not for the left agenda. I do not want my future children to grow up in a city that allows the left agenda to sneak into our local government while people voted the other way. Last November, Sumner County voted red, and remember, we will vote again next year for your seat. We have a voice and we have the right to use it, but it's your job to listen to us and to make sure you follow through with the structure of how things work. We believe the handling of this issue does not reflect the transparency and integrity expected from our leadership. This is such a disservice to the people. Therefore, we firmly vote no to the 9-7 library board resolution.
15 seconds.
And I'm asking you to do the same. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Next up, Ms. Sonnet Penties. Then after that, Suzanne Thorne. Name and address, please.
It's Sonnet Pentecost, 222 Pryor Drive, Gallatin. Good evening. Thank you all for your sacrifice of time to serve our community. We truly do appreciate it. I'm here to ask you to vote no, surprise, right, on reducing the board to 7 instead of 9. Why? I've been to the last several meetings and half the board doesn't show up. Why would we reduce it even more? I agree with other people. I believe it's a political move. You don't have the votes, and if one of you show up, you're going to be outvoted because then we have quorum, okay? So now we're going to reduce it, okay? I'd like to ask, the board's 9, right? But if you look at the board, there's only 8. There were 2 men, it's Eric Stockton and Mike Ray, who had over 400 emails. Come on, we've been asleep in church and we haven't been on this, right? We haven't been on this. You have to have a big ticket item, and we're like, oh, dang, here we are. Well, dang, we need to be here, okay? So that's our bad. But over 400 people emailed supporting these people. They were vetted, and they were completely overlooked, and then people from the floor were nominated and given seats. How does that even happen? How does that happen, okay? It's concerning to me that the four have made consistent effort, it seems like, to not show up to these meetings, okay? And to do library business. And it was mentioned by someone else, it's more than just the LGBTQ books in the children's section, okay? It's more than that. There are 2 directors, I've spoken to both of them, or potential directors, who've been vetted. They've been through the interview process. We have, Hendersonville's not had it, I believe, since January, and Westmoreland since April. They don't have a director, because we can't show up and take a vote. Okay, so it's more than just the LGBTQ books, okay? That may have been what woke the giant, but the giant is now awake, okay? In reducing the size of the library board, you're increasing the workload of the few members who are actually showing up and doing the work. Why reduce the size when there's been no rush to even try the 9? There's been no rush, okay? Why don't we fill that seat with Eric Stockton or Mike Ray? We have 2 guys who are ready to step in and do the work, and we're not allowing them to step in. Why the next 2 terms? Yes, I've learned now, the next 2 terms are to end. So we know they don't like Joanna because Joanna's a loud female, okay? I get her. All right, Joanna's a loud female. So we want her off, and her term ends the end of October. But it says the next two terms. Okay, well, that includes Erica Grammer, who's not due to roll off until, I believe it's June of next year. Well, if we were really concerned about reducing it, wouldn't we just take the seat that's not already sat? You're making your point very clear, okay? Why not use the empty spot on the board? This is so targeted. Please, please open your eyes and see this. Don't be manipulated. Again, bless your heart. We're from Tennessee, y'all, and we all have an R after our name. Bull crap. I'm calling it bull crap, okay? And you're supposed to look at this room. What have you heard? You've heard, please leave it at 9. Please, we really don't want these books in the children's section. I am a mother of grown children, and I am a grandmother, and I proudly am a Sumner County citizen. But the point is, I want my grandchildren to be able to go and pull a book off the shelf, which happens. Honey, read this. And Honey reads it. I don't want to have to skim the pages to go, oh, snap, not this one, buddy. Not this one. And I did go last week and checked out the books. I did a simple word search and checked out several books under gay, lesbian, transgender, and LGBTQ. I was astonished at how many you want to say, oh, they're for the older kids. I didn't leave the children's section. They were picture books, y'all. They were picture books. What's the agenda? You're coming for our kids. We know what the agenda is, and we're saying not today. Not today. We'll stand in the gap. Please vote no for reducing the size of the board. We appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. All right, Suzanne Thorne, Theon. Sorry. Theon? It definitely wasn't Pentecostal in the last one.
Well,
but,
I think it's probably how I did the last
no,
letter.
thank you.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Thoen. And thank you very much. This is a lot of time. You guys do this on a frequent basis.
If you can get your address, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. 1424 Carter Rock Springs Drive in Gallatin.
Thank you.
We're neighbors. I found a neighbor. We're here today, and I say we, because you can see the we. Multiply this times 3, and you have the tiniest tip of the number of people in our county that do not want the reduction in the library board to happen, because you have also said that you're going to remove Joanna Daniels.
Hey, let's refrain from using anyone's name. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. The chair of the library board. We believe this is very serious, and I'll tell you why. Because it's connected to the collection and development policy that she strongly supports. That is the policy that says we want to remove transgender material from the libraries. I am specifically saying what the policy says, transgender. I'm not going to touch on the other issues for now, but it is transgender that we're looking at removing. Reducing the size, as you all know, impacts the board and how they vote. And it skews the dynamics and allows for the dismissal of the policy. As you've heard, it's very obvious. It's very obvious to us, the public, why you're doing this. So as commissioners, you may say, you know, today's meeting has nothing to do with the policy that I just mentioned. It actually, you're saying, it results from the chair's actions that you consider divisive. I've heard that from commissioners. We consider her conduct divisive. But that pales in comparison with what the library directors have done for more than 2 years. They've brought material promoting transgender ideology into the libraries, knowing it's highly controversial and that it doesn't support the community's conservative position. That, commissioners, is divisive. You may say, we're not voting on the policy here. Why do you keep talking about the policy? We are only looking at reducing the board by removing the chair and another position. Well, that's called compartmentalized thinking, which you use, any of us, we've all used it at different times in our lives. That you're using now, if you think this way, to absolve yourselves from the consequences of your decision. You know, take the weight off. We don't want to be responsible for that. But this decision that you're looking at making causes you to be responsible for that. No one decision stands on its own. Everything impacts, every decision you make impacts something else. And we're telling you very clearly here what it impacts. So you can't fool us. We do know, we do understand. We are not fools. We took too long to get here, but we know now. We know it's obvious. Every decision has consequences, especially the consequences of removing the chair. They're very grave. So we ask you to put away your cushion of plausible deniability, and we ask you to remove the box of compartmentalization.
15 seconds.
We, the people, recognize your attempts to thwart our expectations for decent library material. Know that these incidents have awakened the public, and we will stand together to protect our children and our county. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Avery Empson, and then after that will be, goodness, I guess there's two people here, but Lorraine Coconato. All right. Thank you, Miss. Your name and address, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Avery Empson. I live at 632 Portland Boulevard, Portland. Okay. I'm going to speak in truth and love and kind of beat a dead horse with some rhetorical questions. What exactly are the motives behind shrinking the library board? Again, just months after removing 2 seats. This question requires an honest answer to the public, and I myself have yet to hear it. The commission and the library board represent the people of Sumner County. And rather than cut the board down, why don't we discuss the complete lack of accountability for 4 absentee board members and a commissioner over the board? I find it interesting that this change was proposed by 2 commissioners, both of which are Sumner County elected representatives. Representatives, key word. And one of them happens to not be showing up for the meetings right alongside of these board members. Sorry. I attended the October 8th Library Board vote in support of the removal of the materials, only to find that the vote couldn't happen because of the childish and calculated maneuver of several board members who were refusing to show up and hear the people that they represent. 23 people spoke. I was one of them. I'm not a speaker. As you can see, I'm shaking like a leaf. 23 people spoke at a packed room. And we were told that the meeting is recorded and that the absentee members would watch the public comments before the vote. But were those comments actually heard? Who exactly will this cut remove? Is it the 1 or 2 members that happen to show up to all the meetings and listen to the people? I surely hope not. There is a responsibility when you become a public servant, whether elected, appointed, or volunteer, to listen to the people you represent and speak on behalf of them. And this will not restore functionality. This will ensure that opposing ideas and community members will be silenced. What is the goal? Why are Sumner County residents' time being wasted and concerns being completely ignored? The cut should not happen. Remove the board members who refuse to show up because they're political and ideological game playing and replace them with the more than qualified individuals who took interest and were shot down by this very commission. And I emailed about that, and I was very disappointed. And I didn't plan on saying this, it wasn't in my notes, but I spoke with a friend of mine who excitedly joined the library board, hoping to make a difference, and no longer shows up because she gets slandered and shot down all the time. She doesn't feel comfortable. She's not even here tonight. And I, as a friend, am disgusted by that. Where is it okay to treat people who have stepped into a volunteer position like this? We should be represented by people who care about our values. And if they don't, maybe they should step down. Thank you.
Appreciate that. We got Lorraine Coconato, and then I guess Todd Coconato. Your name and address, please.
Lorraine Coconato, 1046 Aberley Circle, Hendersonville, Tennessee. As a woman of God, a pastor, a wife of many years, a mother, a grandmother, a former elementary school teacher, and a concerned citizen of Sumner County, Tennessee, I've come tonight because of the very disturbing fact that in this county, there are resolutions that could impair our children in devastating ways. Unfortunately, I've been around this block before. I was a citizen of California for many years, and the very same agendas were pushed in that place where we lived in Los Angeles, California. I cannot support a resolution to decrease the size of the library board, nor do I agree or support a resolution that would gravely impact the lives of innocent children, their spiritual and mental health, and their God-ordained maturation cycles. God has created children as a heritage of the Lord. I'm going to give you a few verses from the Bible. This one was already stated before, Genesis 1:27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God he created him. Male and female he created them. This one in Malachi is just the beginning of Malachi 3:6a. For I am the Lord, I do not change. We can try to change things in our own desires to placate our fleshly desires, but we cannot change the laws of God. They are permanent, they are eternal, they are forever. And as a people that have moved to this territory, and I believe there's a lot of people that have been moved from other states to Tennessee, we were sent here by the Lord because God does not want Tennessee to go down the tubes like states like California, New York, Chicago, on and on, cities like Chicago. He wants this area to be exemplary in standing up for him and doing what he tells us to do. It is not loving, righteous, or beneficial to expose children to illicit material that brings devastation and pain to those who have been taught these ungodly things. There are people that have come to me for prayer many, many times over the years. I won't mention their name. They're not from this territory. One girl was exposed to this illicit nonsense from 4 years old on. She was addicted to pornography her whole life. She's only in her 20s now. I met her when she was 17. She was so devastated because she was suicidal, consistently suicidal, self-hate. She had nothing to look forward to based on her perception of life because she had been indoctrinated in illicit, unproductive, ungodly demonstrations from age 4. This girl is still in her 20s, still being pursued by the enemy because of this upbringing. I want you to know there is a way out, and that way out is committing your life to Jesus Christ. It's the only way. He is the way, the truth, and the life. And you and I have an opportunity to change the trajectory of the United States and say, I refuse to come into agreement with these resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Mr. Todd Coconato. I don't know. And then next up will be Rebecca Goddard.
Good evening, Todd Coconato, 1079 Aberley, Hendersonville. And first I just want to say we're standing in opposition of reducing the library board from 9 to 7. It sounds to me like it's gaslighting. We've seen a lot of the citizenry here tonight. I represent a lot at our church. I hear they've been telling me about this library situation for a long time. There's a lot of people that very much care about what's going on in our library. And so I want to mention that to you because I hear what's going on in our city, and we have a lot of people that have been talking about this for quite some time. I will tell you as a pastor that we have kids that tell us that they're Superman, that are like 5 and 6 years old. Thank God there's no surgery available for that. Kids think a lot of things. Okay, and there's been a major uptick in gender confusion in the last 20 years. It went from under 1% to up to 15% in certain age groups. And that's confusion, and it's because of the changes in curriculums, and there's been a major push in the media and certain political parties that want to redefine the norms. And it's interesting because a lot of these people are the same people that tell us to trust the science. But when you look at the science, there's an X and a Y chromosome. So I want to just say a few things here because a lot of it's already been said. But from a protection of minors in the community, from a legal standpoint, local libraries are publicly funded, and we need to consider that community standards when selecting the materials according to the U.S. Supreme Court that has affirmed that communities have a legitimate interest in protecting minors from exposure to not only sexual explicit or age-inappropriate materials, which was in Ginsburg, New York, 1968, but also from a Christian perspective, from a moral standpoint, from the parents of that community. So Jesus warned strongly against causing children to stumble. That's Matthew 18. It's been mentioned several times tonight. Books promoting gender ideology introduce confusing, and I want to add demonic, concepts to children at a vulnerable and developmental stage of their life. Number 2, parental rights and authority. Legally, parents, not the state nor library boards, have the primary right to direct the upbringing and moral instruction of their children. And this right is upheld in Pierce versus Society of the Sisters, 1925, and other rulings. And so there's just a lot of legal precedent here. I was going through all this. Religious freedom and equal representation from a secular activist that push trans content. Public institutions must remain neutral. And it's a slippery slope if you say that, because here's the deal. Okay, what's the next thing they're going to say? They're going to say, well, pedophilia. It's already happening in certain states. So they're going to say, oh, well, pedophilia, we got to have a book on pedophilia. What about a book on communism? Are we going to add a book on communism? I want to be a communist. Well, you got to be a communist. Everybody's got to be represented. Satanists, we got to be represented. Where does it end? So Tennessee, we're a shining city on a hill. And I will tell you, as a pastor, I deal with the other side of this, and we're seeing a major uptick. What's happening is these young people are more, we talked about suicide tonight, more prone to suicide, which is extremely hard to walk through as a pastor and to see families go through that. They are on SSRIs, they're on different types of hormones, which, by the way, feeds the big pharma who's funding a lot of this nonsense. So I think it's time that Tennessee and the people of God understand that we're in a spiritual battle. It's not about right versus left. And I think that God has given us a moment in time here right now tonight. I think that people have showed up because they care. They care about their kids. They care about their family. They care about their future. And I think that not only Sumner County is watching today and what's going to happen here, but I think more people are watching. And I think it's time for us to be a shining city on a hill. I think it's time for us to take a stand, because you know what? If not now, when? If not us, who? If not here, where? Recently, we saw a man that was taken out. He was a Christian man, and he was a martyr. And I'll tell you, since then, I've been to several states and spoken places, and people are reeling from what just happened. And I think this is a perfect time for the people to say, you know what, we're going to take a stand for what's right, and we're not going to allow this nonsense anymore in our country. Thank you.
Okay, you are doing so well until recent, but hey, I understand the passion. We still got 10 more speakers, so let's try to get through these as fast as we can. Rebecca Goddard, and then Erica Grammer. Your name and address, please.
Rebecca Goddard, 2339A New Hope Road, Hendersonville. I gotta tell y'all, I'm still in shock that after 4 years of moving here, I'm fighting the demons of California. I did not think I would come to this place that we researched so hard for so long to move our family across the country, our home of 55 years, because all decency was under constant assault in California. Our parental rights were under constant assault, being locked out of schools. Literally, as a parent, watching the governor of California sign a bill this week where they could literally, I could go pick your kids up from school and say, I haven't talked to his mom in 3 days. It's mine now. We're on this slippery slope of insanity and evil. We chose Sumner County because of a recommendation of good people that we know that lived here, and it's a wonderful place to raise a family. It's a beautiful place, and we love it here. Since we've been here, we have been amazed in how we moved to the Bible Belt to see the true evil that we left California. It is here. The library board and all the shenanigans have been going on are abhorrent. And let's just be honest, it's not just the library board. Y'all have behaved in a manner that's just unbecoming elected officials. The fact that you as a body are needing to change the rules of the game and change the size of the board to pass through policies that the taxpayers will be forced to pay for sexually explicit material that you deem appropriate. Thanks, but no. Not voting in the library board members that we, the people, overwhelmingly requested you to via hundreds of emails. Disgusting. Calling people to be voted in from the floor who were unqualified with a plan and an evil plan and agenda to pass through your skankiness. You have a job to do, and that's the people elected you to do, not an agenda that some PAC is putting forth for you. It's not hard. This is a numbers game. It's a decency game, and it's not the game of the PAC that's holding your puppet strings. If you're really going to be proud of your legacy, are you really going to be proud of your legacy making sure that sexually explicit content is available to children and the masses? Well, there's nothing I can do or say to raise your standards of life. Are you really going to be proud of your legacy by being a weak elected official that...
Ms. Goddard, you're on a very fine line right here, so please continue.
With your puppet master being a liberal PAC, posing as Republicans. The rest of us who are good parents, husbands, wives, and people of faith, vote with your conscience and vote with the decency. Know that your vote is seen by a higher power, much higher than anybody else here.
Thank you, ma'am. Erica Grammer, and then Kevin Begert. No, we need to continue. Erica Grammer.
Hello, my name is Erica Grammer. I reside at 1007 Chelsea Drive in Millersville, and I'm on the Sumner County Library Board. I've been serving since the commissioners appointed me in June 2023, which is 2.25 years so far. I want to say that I am grateful for getting to serve on the board. Secondly, I highly oppose the resolution that is being presented tonight. I am the kind of person that naively and blindly trusted in my local government. I joined the board in hopes to be involved in my community alongside these wonderful public servants. I believe that people who presented themselves as mostly Christians and conservatives would be fair, kind, honest, true to how they portray themselves, available to truly get in their community and make a difference for things that really matter. I have found some upstanding servants in the commission and other public places, and I thank you. But unfortunately, since coming on the board, I have met many political public figures that have behaved the opposite of what I expected. My eyes have been widely opened to the games, deceit, flipping around on subjects, dishonesty, and more. It's been very disappointing and surprising to me, actually, because I tend to be transparent, being the same no matter where you find me. What I've learned is how much of a chess game is constantly being played. Library business is hard to get accomplished because it's more about which side has power or who can stall the best. And the players flip back and forth, so it's harder to trust what is said because of all the grandstanding and stalling games played. So let me clarify some things pertaining to this resolution. Tennessee says that library boards can have 7, 9, or 11 spots. When I came on in 2023, there were 11 spots with 10 seats filled. 2 members quit within 2 months, and another quit in October. That brought the number of members to 7, and in November, our board voted to bring the spots back to the original number of 9. This was explained earlier, that it was inflated to 11 from need, because people weren't showing up. The commission did not acknowledge this library board decision to change to 9 until just recently, by the way. And I have never been on a full board, whether 9 or 11 seats. I've served with 6 to 10 active members over the 2+ years currently and 8 in place. This responsibility of filling the board falls completely in this commission's hands, and I had really trusted you guys to do this well. I personally watched you deny 8+ valid and vetted candidates over this time. I've watched some commissioners use months and months worth of stall tactics, quoting things as if they were requirements causing the 8+ viable candidates to be cast aside on false expectations, misleading qualifications, etc. And instead, you have agreed with a commissioner being put on the library board and then supported her cherry-picking 3 of our last members by voting to put them in place from the floor. And now this resolution is continuing. The chess play for a power, which is just yet another play for a power shift. Not only does it change the spots available, the number, but this resolution also states that the next 2 members slated to rotate off will be taken off in effect immediately. Does this refer to my chair, who won't be named, and me? If so, there are a few assumptions and unjust proposals in this. Remember, there is still an empty spot that y'all still have never filled. Plus, our chair, who once again won't be named, her first 3-year term ends October 31st, but she has the right to be considered for a second term. And then my first 3-year term doesn't even end until June, which is 8 full months from right now. I've taken my responsibilities very seriously. I've consistently shown up to the meetings, participated in kind, respectful ways, listening intently, meeting people after our meetings. I even came from a hospital bed where my grandson was on his last days because I care about this.
You have 15 seconds.
So why? I just want to make it clear that thank you for those of you who have authored this and who are supporting it, because whether it passes or not, this girl who didn't used to campaign will now campaign on who is good for our county.
Thank you. Mr. Baker and then Angela Tillman.
Thank
you. Mr. Baker, you know the drill.
Kevin Baker, 424 A.B. Wade Road. I wasn't going to speak about this initially, but now I feel compelled to, especially after sitting on these pew-hard seats for the last hour and a half. It feels like I'm in church, but you know something? God bless you all for showing up tonight. You know, it warms my heart. I'm from the other West Coast, or left coast, as some people want to say, Connecticut. We moved here for the very reason that some of you articulated, for the culture and the history and the traditional values, and to see those kind of go down the toilet, it has broken my heart. But, you know, it warmed my heart to see y'all show up, and it kind of reminded me of the history of Tennessee that I thought had long gone. You know, those brave people that stood up at Kings Mountain, that maybe turned the tide of the revolution. Or those 157 Tennesseans that stood on the adobe walls down at the Alamo and gave their lives for a cause. Or how about those Tennesseans that stood on the creek of the Chickamauga because they believed in something? Whether I do or we do, it doesn't matter. Those Tennesseans stood up for what they believed in. And then the snowy forests of Bastogne, the 101st Airborne. These are the Tennesseans that make me proud, that made me want to move here. But so I'm proud to see the Black Robe Regiment come out again. We need that. We need that. That turned the tide of the revolution. We need it again. But so I also think that we should keep the school board at 9, not 7. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. I really wanted to just talk about, I appreciate this county taking up the resolution, and it's 25-10-20 to decline raising the local property tax. You know, when we started Sumner Taxpayer Alliance, it was to try to fight the property tax increases. Now, you know, it was going to come back up, that they were going to raise the sales tax up in Portland. They're going to run an agenda, a referendum. But thankfully, this commission's going to hopefully vote not to accept that and not raise the property taxes or the sales tax in Sumner County, the county portion. Anyhow, I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all taking up these issues, and God bless Tennessee, and thank you, Tennesseans, for standing up. I'm proud to be one of you now.
Thanks, sir. Angela Tillman, Brooklyn White. You couldn't hear, could you? It may have been. It looks like a Tillman. So, Ullman, yes, that is correct. Angela, yes. Yeah. It looks like Tillman. But then Brooklyn White is after that. Your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Angela Ullman, and I live at 158 South Tunnel in Portland. We have been witnessing manipulating shenanigans with the library board. We have been watching manipulating shenanigans with our commissioners. And I'm wondering if you guys are even listening to us. Do you hear us? Do you pretend to hear us? What I would like to talk about is the aftermath of what's going on to our children. In 2013, gender identity disorder was first mentioned and then later renamed gender dysphoria. Between the years of 2016 and 2022, U.S. hospitals reported a 166% increase in emergency visits for suicide attempts and self-injury among children from the ages of 5 to 18. That was a 166% increase in suicides. Our children are confused. Our children are messed up. Our children are being hurt. I want to stress something as a Christian, and unashamed of that. We love transgender people. We love gay people. We have no hate towards you. We disagree with you. We have family members that are still dealing with childhood trauma. I have friends dealing with childhood trauma. Some people dealing with it for 50 to 60 years. Are you aware that 67% of adults are still dealing with childhood trauma? Puberty happens at the ages of 8 to 16. The human brain is still development from mid to late 20s. Children cannot make these decisions, and yet we're allowing them to. This is child abuse. Males and females have been created differently. Our brains, our DNA, our bone structure, all different. My question, and Pastor Todd touched on this, where do we draw the line in all of this? Are we going to say that it's okay for a 40-year-old to marry a 6-year-old? You know that's being done, right? We're allowing an ideology coming into our country, a religion, and that's supposedly okay. And like Pastor Todd said, is pedophilia going to be allowed? Are we going to allow people who identify as furries and start putting litter boxes in our libraries, in our school systems? That's being done in Washington State, where my family lives. They see people walking around with tails, and in the school systems, litter boxes are being put in. Where do we draw the line? If everyone has their own truth, then there is no truth. All is subjective. I wonder if any of you have Listen to the testimonies of those that have detransitioned. They're traumatized. Their lives have been altered forever. They will never be the same. Do not decrease the library board to 7. In fact, let's increase it to 11 again. Each one of us will have to account for what we do, for how we vote, for what we stand for. Each one of us. Some of you here call yourselves Christians on this board. I think you need to re-examine your heart issues. We need to protect the children. The problem is it's not staying in just the adult section. It's being filtered down into the children's section. There's already policy in place, and it's not being followed. Sexually explicit material is already there.
15 seconds.
I thank you for your time. I thank you for the board members that have shown up today. I thank you for the councilman, and I hope that you listen to your public. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize for mispronouncing your name there. So, Brooklyn White, and then James Jones is next after Ms. White. Your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Brooklyn White. I live at 933 Sunset Drive. I've been an unspoken advocate at the library board meetings, and I've been attending meetings for over 6 months now, and I've sent a number of emails regarding actions to the board. I know there's some very strong opinions about this proposal from both sides, and I'm aware that there's risk of appearance of bias from either viewpoint. I first want to acknowledge that there has been quorum at all but 2 regularly scheduled meetings since April, and there have been deaths in the family of board members. Meetings have been rescheduled on a last-minute basis and without honoring the publicly stated availability of board members. I am glad that people are tuning into our library board because libraries are important. I do want to emphasize that it has only been in the last few weeks when they have gotten personal emails rallied around agendas that they've attended, but these policies they are referring to have been a matter of discussion since April, and they would understand the true nature of attendance if they'd been here sooner. Several of the recent rescheduled meetings were scheduled with the direct conflict of interest with other regularly scheduled commission board meetings. I understand parliamentary procedure can be complicated and it's a barrier of understanding, but I don't think there's understanding about the procedures for how those are scheduled or why. I'd like to urge you to vote for the reduction. After much thought, I have come to the conclusion that this will actually encourage the board to act more collaboratively. It is possible for the library board to utilize study sessions to collaborate and workshop policies and other library board business. With the hiring of directors specifically, rather than a personnel committee going through the candidates and then presenting only a few for a vote, it would be a worthwhile endeavor for the entire board to go through the candidates and then bring forth a few for public comment before voting. I think a reduction in board members would be okay here. There could still be committees as they deem fit, but I think that it is possible for the library board to act efficiently and effectively with 7 members. I feel each of the current board members brings something different to the table, and I've heard them each share different perspectives even when voting similarly. We have members with businesses, members who work in the schools and with library experience, members who volunteer with their church community or in the community in other ways, members who have children and grandchildren who utilize our libraries, a member who is a part of establishing one of Sumner County libraries, commission members and non-commission members. Overall, I feel that there is a range of opinions and experiences reflected on a library board with 7 members. I think a reduction is the best path for supporting our Sumner County libraries moving forward. And I know we've been here a long time, but for the last 2 minutes, I just want to acknowledge that there were some members from the fire department, with the volunteer fire department, who would have liked an opportunity to speak about that budget tonight, and they didn't sign up to speak because they weren't aware that it was going to be on the agenda. So I just wanted to highlight some of the things I've been hearing about the volunteer fire department and their budget. So the volunteer fire department mainly operates on donations, but they receive some money, to my understanding, from the county commission. There's something called an ISO rating, and that rating has to do with how well the fire department is prepared. Things like their equipment, how new their trucks are, their tankers for water have to be within 15 years and so do their fire trucks. And the budget that they had asked for was to make sure that they could continue to comply when they're reassessed for that ISO rating. And to my understanding, if they are not able to meet the requirements and that ISO rating goes in a negative way, we all are at risk of our insurance coverage being affected. Our personal insurance is for our properties and our houses, whether you rent or own them, is determined by risk factors. And if our insurance deems that we're at high risk because there's not a volunteer fire department that has an adequate rating, all of us are at risk of that going up, whether you're in the county or otherwise. We all drive county roads at some point. We all live outside the city limits or know people that live outside the city limits or might visit things outside the city limits, so that's a concern to all of us, and I hope that that's considered later. These firemen are working for free as volunteers, and I think that their points need to be considered. If they're asking for funding, we need to hear that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. James Jones, and then Joanna Daniels. Mr. Jones, if you can give your name and your address, please.
Good evening. I am James Jones. My address is 1135 Fowler Ford Road, Portland, Tennessee. So I've had a little bit of time to think about what I was going to say, because I think we've all been here for 2+ hours now. I was going to have some just off-the-cuff remarks, and I'm going to take the entire 5 minutes. I'm not. I'm going to make this quick, because it's past my bedtime. So I do want to speak about the library board. I'm going to change it up a little bit, and I do advocate for making it 7 members instead of 9. I've been to some of these board meetings over the summer. It is paralyzed. It is not working, and it is mainly because these board members are, they can't do their jobs, and right now what we're seeing is rather than monthly library board meetings, now we're getting them weekly. By my estimations, at the current rate of change, we're going to be having library board minutes approximately library board meetings every 10 minutes by Christmas. They're just going to have them lined up all day, every day, and it's going to be all any of us are going to do. So I think the only way to get rid of this logjam is to make it 7. And I do also want to speak about the volunteer fire department. I live in the county. As the previous speaker was saying, we are somewhat dependent on the volunteer fire department. These guys are out there risking themselves for us. They are doing this for free. They don't get paid a lot of money. If we're worried about our property taxes going up, well, for a lot of us, insurance, that's another thing, that's another line item in our household budget. And those property taxes, okay, let's say they don't go up. Your homeowner's insurance goes up, you're going to feel that the same way. These guys don't have the equipment, they don't get the funding they need. We're all going to have problems with that if we're out of the county or if we're traveling through the county. Anything goes wrong, we're going to be dependent on those guys. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Joanna Daniels, and then after Ms. Daniels, it is Sarah Hilton. Ms. Daniels, if you can give your name and your current address, please.
Oh, go to voicemail. Sorry, my husband's calling me. Okay, so Joanna Daniels, 1497 Boardwalk Place. All right. So 1597 Boardwalk Place. Sorry, my husband is calling me. I'm so nervous right now, and I'm never nervous. I don't know why. I think it's because there's just so much going on here, and I just want to say thank you guys. It is after 9 o'clock, and thank you guys so much. Really appreciate y'all being here and serving the county. I mean, it's a lot. I know. I've been a board member now for almost 3 years, and you guys do so much. And I know I've had board meetings go on for 3 hours. And I just want to say, we look pretty united in here. I I don't know, I kind of think that people have said, oh, by the way, I'm Joanna Daniels, I'm the chair of the library board. So just if y'all didn't know. And we look pretty united tonight, and united on this thing, this resolution to go from 9 to 7. You know, we have 5 pastors here in attendance. This sea of red. And if you have a flag, you're welcome to put it up there, because that's just to show you who all is here. And so just appreciate y'all. And a lot of people here and speaking, because what is going on with the library board is repulsive. And we voted to go, as a library board, to go to 9, and the county commission rejected that, and as a matter was appalled that we even did that. And yet, this to move it to 7 hasn't even been brought to the library board. We didn't even get a chance to say, yeah, that would be a good idea, or no, actually, there's like 4 of us that do most of the work, and so we kind of would like a few more people on the board. You know, a lot of this is around this policy about the transgender books. And I don't know how many people have said that there's no transgender books in the library. That is wrong. The only reason that this policy even came into play was because in February of this year, a concerned citizen brought forward to the library board about 6 books that were in the children's library, part of the library, okay? And so, because I was blown away. And I said, wow, we need to do a policy on this. Maddie, My Maddie, and Fred Gets Dressed. These are children's books that in My Maddie it says that a boy is not necessarily born as a boy, that the doctor can be wrong. Okay, and then Fred Gets Dressed, he can't fit his dad's clothes, but now he can fit his mom's clothes, and they take a family picture with him in women's clothes, this little toddler. This is stuff that is in our libraries. Trey Hargett sent out a memo to us libraries saying, do not spend money on this because there's an executive order. You know, Riley Gaines put out a post on X today, and it got the attention of Johnny Garrett. And Johnny Garrett wrote, we need to let our kids be kids, and this garbage should be as far away from our community as possible. I'm committed to doing everything I can help to rid our libraries of this ridiculous wokeness. That was today by Johnny Garrett, okay? And here's the reason. This is the thing, is that it is really disrespectful for someone on your own board to bring forward to the commissioners something that really should be a library board vote. You know, I have been so honored to serve this community, and thank you guys so much for being here. And if I don't continue on this board, I hope that you guys stay involved. There is so much going on in this community that you guys need to know about and need to be involved. When a county commissioner came to me, he's the chair of the budget committee, by the way, I can't say his name, and he asked me twice to be on the library board.
15 seconds.
I was like, okay, I'll go for it. It has been a ride, and it has been crazy. You guys know on this resolution, and you guys keep showing up.
Hey, real quick, so you messed up on your address. What was the?
1597 Boardwalk.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And that city is what?
Gallatin.
Okay, thank you very much. Sarah Hilton, followed by Charlena Allmiller. Your name and address, please.
Sarah Hilton, 1259 Peyton Lane, Gallatin. So I'm surprised that so much of the stuff was able to be talked about today in public comments that weren't actually an agenda item. So I will stick to agenda items. I don't think the library board should be reduced due to absenteeism. It should be reduced that those remaining board members can actually get work done. Attendance has been low on the board over the last few months due to the same items being placed on the agenda that have already been voted down. The board is comprised of citizens that have families and lives. They are engaged in the community and can't simply continue to show up to vote on items that have already been discussed. I truly believe that reducing the board to 7, which many on the commission previously voted to do, will help business move forward. The cause of the repeated agenda items will no longer be an issue, and the hate will no longer reign. Many that have spoke today came in response to an email they received asking for them to speak against the reduction of the board. I am here because I have been watching board, committee, and commission meetings for at least 3 years. And if you don't watch them live, you can speed up the time so that you can get through these a lot faster when you watch the replay. It's easy to elicit rage against an issue if you only hear from one person's point of view. I urge everyone here who does have a passion for the community to take time to tune in and see for themselves what is actually taking place in the county and then continue to be involved, but don't take one person's word for it. And I'm not gonna take up all the time, but as someone who lives in the city and not in the county, I still support the funding of the volunteer fire department. Keeping our community safe is worth a small tax that it would take to do so, and we all travel on those county roads, and I would hate to be in a situation where I didn't have any help if I needed it. So I hope that one resolution gets a no vote and the other one a yes. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton. Ms. Charlena Allmiller, followed by Joseph Cellini. Your name and address, please.
I'm Charlene Allmiller. I live at 143 Ruland Circle, Huntersville, Tennessee, 37075. And I want to talk about 3 items. One is the term limits. And I'm opposed for term limits because for a legislative body, it takes away the choice for the voters. If a commissioner wants to run again and they are doing well, voters should be able to vote them back in. It's just simple as that. Everything else you mentioned, you will never be able to get away from that. You're taking away choice from the voters. I also support increasing funding for volunteer fire departments. I've heard a lot of the concerns about how you would do this and the potential for a tax increase. And I heard the budget committee where it says it was a penny out of, well, it would be half a penny for the increase. So I'm guessing a penny since that's like a double of it. One out of the $1.41.2 that we have for our property tax. I live in the city limits. I am okay with paying 1 penny out of the $1.41.2. And the reason being is because my city is an island that I have to use the county roadways to get in and out of. And I would hope that if I am ever injured there, that somebody would come help me or my family if we're ever hurt. So I hope they'll consider that, and I hope that you may consider funding them as a part of perhaps a grant program. We hired 3 people to do one person's job before, so we can use some of those grant accountants to determine things, and then it would be less likely to be considered a recurring thing if we ever don't have a revenue surplus. But since in most years we do have a revenue surplus because we do conservatively account for our revenue and we adequately account for our expenditures in the budget, we often have a revenue surplus, and this could be something that we should consider for the safety of our county residents. Now, for the library board, I also support of reducing it to 7. I do think it is funny, though, that probably everybody has flipped on whether to reduce it or keep it at 9 and 11 over the past 3 years. One thing that I've seen over the past 3 years, though, is in watching meetings, which is a crazy hobby, I guess I have of mine, but it's my understanding that the reason that it even went to 11 is because some board members weren't showing up before. The bylaws changed that if a board member is absent for more than 2 meetings without notice, 2 regular meetings without notice, then the board can ask for the resignation. Now, whether they're required to give the resignation is totally something different. Now, why that's important, though, is why it becomes important to understand the difference between a regularly scheduled meeting and a special called meeting. The past 2 weeks have been filled with special called meetings. January 8th, 2025 is whenever they approved the calendar for 2025 for the meetings. And the meetings that they had were, January 2025 was a voting meeting. They had decided to do every other meeting for a study session, which was supposed to be non-voting, but they have turned those into voting meetings. I guess they just forgot what they voted on. Like, the chairman should have probably known that, but she didn't mention that. So February 26, 2025 was a regular meeting. It had quorum. March 12th was supposed to be the regularly scheduled meeting, but it was moved to March 26th, and there was only one person missing. April 23rd was a study session. May 14th was a regular scheduled meeting, full board there. June was a study session, still voting happened. Full board in July. August was supposed to be a study session, full board was there. And it was at that meeting that the September regularly scheduled meeting was canceled because the chairman said that she couldn't be there because she had an anniversary trip to take, and that was the only week that she could take it. And the board voted 7-1 to cancel the meeting instead of her rescheduling it. And then October 8th was supposed to be a study session. You guys can look all of these up in the minutes. They're online. You can look them up. So I do agree that there's some gaslighting going on, but I think you guys are missing what gaslighting can actually be. So when you're vetting library board members or directors, it's not proper vetting or even giving you a choice if you don't know what the options are. And so I just would hope that there would be more transparency. I do encourage you to just let go of the 2 empty seats, one that was empty as of Friday because the statutory term is only 3 years, and the chair as of Thursday was appointed on October 17, 2022, so her seat was up, and then there was somebody who quit.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. We've got Joseph Cellini, and then Brad Williams. And just for the record here, because the volunteer fire department was added to the agenda after the sign up, we did add to Mr. Weiner sent it out there, and 2 people signed up. So these were signed up late, but under my direction. So Joseph Cellini, name and address, please.
My name is Joseph Cellini, and I live at 739 Bowling Branch Road in Cottontown. I'm not here for the library board, unfortunately. I see a lot of you are very passionate about that, but I am here for a very important matter, in my opinion, one that I believe is this board's #1 priority, and that's public safety. I overwhelmingly support an increase in funding for our volunteer fire departments. If you don't know, there is 9 volunteer fire departments comprised of 13 fire stations in this county, and they are significantly underfunded. This board allocates at base $24,000 a year to each of these fire stations, which, to put it in perspective, doesn't even cover the cost of insurance for these fire stations. They have to rely on fire apparatus, which, if you watch national politics, the cost of fire apparatus is significantly rising with inflation. They have to rely on equipment, hoses, medical equipment, extrication equipment. They have 3, White House community has 3 volunteer fire stations they have to upkeep. And I think that the notion that you live in the city limits and you don't want to pay for a fire department tax, or you don't want to pay your money towards a fire department that doesn't really affect you, I think everybody at some point in time drives on a county road, goes to a county church, sends their children to a school that's in the county and not in the city limits, and every time you do that, you rely on a volunteer fire service when tragedy strikes. I didn't think I was going to get to speak, so I got a last minute. But the fire departments are asking for $100,000 for each station. And what that will do is that will let ISO ratings drop again. They're able to do a countywide water shuttle for, rather than fire hydrants. They are able to have equipment that works, that when you call the fire department and you live in some of these unincorporated areas, you know the service that you're going to get. I live in an unincorporated area, and I knew when I moved there that I wouldn't have the same fire department as related to like a Hendersonville or a city of White House. but there's still an expectation of public safety, and I think it's this board's responsibility to ensure that. So I encourage you all to be leaders and stand up for public safety and fund this fire department, all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cellini. Brad Williams. So just housekeeping here, after Mr. Williams, we're going to do the report of the chair real quick, and then we're going to split into executive session at that point in time. Commissioners, we will go to room 112, and then we'll come back after the executive session, but go ahead, Mr. Williams. Name and address.
Yes, sir. Brad Williams, 1916 Highway 31W. Was not expecting to speak, but I'm so thankful that I'm allowed to, and I appreciate that. I'm going to try to keep this short and sweet and give you some good numbers. We're asking for an increase of $650,000 for the volunteer fire department. We already received $650,000. As I have mentioned in the past, if you break that up amongst the 220,000 residents of Sumner County in total, it's somewhere around $2.85, give or take a nickel, that you pay per resident to have volunteer fire service in the county of Sumner. That means every time you drive on one of the county roads, that $2.85 is what's covering you. Anytime you're at a friend's house and you're having chest pains, for the volunteers to get there a little faster than the ambulance sometimes, $2.85 for the whole year. We're asking for an increase that would bring that number up to $5.95, less than a chicken sandwich at Wendy's, people. So when we're saying a tax increase across the entire county, I am sorry, $6 is what we're asking for. I don't think it's too much for what we do. And not only that, but it's in the budget for this year. We're talking about a yearly budget. I know our finance director is very conservative. The man does a wonderful job. I wish he was my finance director and I didn't have to fight against him for every penny because he is good. But he budgets conservatively. It's there for this year. We're talking about long-term plans and future growth of the fire department, what we're going to do in the next 2-3 years. That's fantastic. I'm talking about today. I don't know fire departments that are still fighting or that are going to have to fight are going to stick around. We can't afford the fire trucks that we have. My department, White House Community, in 2010 bought a Ferrara fire pumper. It cost $272,000. One truck, $272,000. We bought almost the identical truck in 2021. It was $560,000. That much later. Here's the fun part. Was delivered in 2023. No, excuse me, 24. When it arrived, the salesman told us today that truck is $650,000. It's how fast these things are rising. In my current full-time job, I look for a fire truck this year. For the cheapest one I could find that would do the job, $750,000. We're getting $24,000 per station. You can't do it on what we have. We may have a marketing problem. We may have a funding problem. We have a future problem. And when you're asking these volunteer firefighters who do not get paid to do their job, to do the firefighting, to do the medical calls, the training, and everything else that consists of this fire department, we can't do it all. It's breaking us. And honest to goodness, these guys are tired. You see me every week, you don't see the other guys. They are tired. I don't know if they're going to make it to January if we don't find some fixes. They're tired of fighting for it. And just a couple more quick things. Shackle Island Fire Department, their one zone by themselves has $1.3 billion of home value in just that one zone. So again, when I'm talking $1.3 million to fund the entire fire department, that's a drop in the bucket of some of the property values that we have in one zone. My assistant chief was an insurance assessor for a very long time, very good with numbers. If we are able to drop our ISO rating, or excuse me, keep it from increasing, just to keep it at the current level, we are retested next June. Is when the ISO rates are reevaluated. They come in, look at all of our equipment, our trainings, what we have. I can tell you people, it's all out of date. It's worse than it was 5 years ago. When they come in to reassess us, numbers are probably going up. When that happens, in my zone of White House Community Volunteer Fire Department, not the city, the county around it, if it goes up 1 point, it's going to cost the people in that zone $1 million or more, just in that zone alone. I'm not talking about the entire county of Sumner. So we have a problem. One last thing, we talk about future planning, which I know this ad hoc committee that we're forming next month will cover a lot of this stuff. When they put in Liberty Creek, I know a lot of people love and hate that wonderful school. I have no problem with it. They put it in Cottontown Volunteer Fire Zone, which is, again, another wonderful thing. But because they don't have a ladder truck to cover that zone, thank you, sir, the ISO rate will probably go up. Part of that future planning that didn't happen. So, of course, I fully support $650,000 of increase, and it's needed not only today, but it was needed 12, 15 years ago.
Thank you, sir. So that concludes the recognition of the public on agenda items. Real quick, going to the report of the chair. We have veteran service reports attached. The financial memo is for docketing purposes. Ms. Maggart, would you like to come up and do the Daughters of the American Revolution, the recognition?
I think we need the county mayor to join us.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to come up?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Deborah Maggard, and I am the regent of the General Jethro Sumner chapter of the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution. And it is my great honor to present the first American 250 Commendation Medal in Sumner County. This prestigious medal is awarded to individuals who have made a truly exceptional effort to honor the memory of our Revolutionary War patriots and to educate others about their service and sacrifice. It recognizes leadership, vision, and a deep commitment to preserving the story of America's founding. Tonight, we are proud to recognize Sumner County Mayor John Isabel as a shining example of these ideals. Mayor Isabel has demonstrated extraordinary dedication to the America 250 mission by organizing the Sumner County America 250 Committee, a group committed to bringing awareness to the many men and women from our own county who contributed to the fight for independence. Through his leadership, Sumner County has taken meaningful steps to ensure that our patriots' courage and contributions will not be forgotten as we approach the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding. Mayor Isabel's work reminds us that the legacy of liberty must be both remembered and renewed, passed down to each generation with gratitude and pride. It is therefore my distinct privilege, on behalf of the Daughters of the American Revolution, to present the America 250 Commendation Medal to Mayor John Isabel in recognition of his outstanding service in honoring our nation's Revolutionary War patriots and promoting the spirit of 1776 in our county. So, Mr. Mayor, we'd like to present you with this medal from the Daughters of the American Revolution and also with this certificate. So thank you, sir, for your good work so far on getting us ready for next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll be very brief, but this is indeed an honor, and the America 250 is honoring our 250-year anniversary as Americans. And, you know, I've been doing some research, and the Isbell name, the first Isbell came to Sumner County in 1788 when they came in, got land up in the Westmoreland area. And Captain Pendleton Isbell fought alongside George Washington in his private guard. Zachariah Isbell, my fifth grade uncle, was one of the immortal 13 founders of the state of Tennessee. I am in the process of submitting my application as one of the first families of Tennessee. It's indeed an honor to call Tennessee home. My roots are deep in Tennessee, and I love it dearly. So this honor means a great deal to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. All right, now, again, county commissioners, we're going to break for executive session. The commissioners will go to room 112 if you want to hit the restroom on your way. And then we will come back to the chambers after that executive session is over. All right, we are back in session. All right, so going in the queue here, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for executive session, item number 2.
Okay, so there is a motion for item number 2 by Mr. Brown. There was a second by Mr. Mansfield. So let's go ahead and put this on the board. This is you'll be able to make an amendment without.
Be germane to the discussion.
All right, go ahead, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I promise what I'm about to say is going to be germane here. We are in tight economic times, and we've had several discussions relevant to our volunteer fire departments, relevant to their funding. So, when I've said this before, that I am try to be a problem solver, not a problem finder. I believe that we can resolve some of the discussions that we've had ongoing with the TRC building and also help out our volunteer fire departments at the same time. I would like to, a little bit of history here, that the building used to be leased. And my understanding is that we can lease that building. So what I'd like to do is
just want to make sure we're not sharing too much information from the executive session.
I understand. I would just like to know that I would like to make a motion to lease the TRC building with funding from that to be moved.
According to the law director, we can't go down.
We can't do that?
So I won't entertain that motion
So
right
we can't
now.
do that. We can't do that.
So I won't entertain that motion right now.
Okay.
So we've got Mr. Brown, second by Mr. Mansfield on item number 2. Let's put that on the board, please. All right. That's fair. Okay. So is that 13 or okay? Those 13 votes would be needed there. So let's put this is the overrule, the chair's ruling on being able to add the amendment. So 13. Now, he made the amendment, so. Okay, so you can overrule the chair. 13 votes are needed to overrule the chair to have Mr. Show finish his amendment there. So, okay, fair enough. So 13 votes are needed. Let's put that on the board. 13 vote yes is to overrule the chair.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, that fails to pass. So now we're back on the motion. Mr. Brown made, Mr. Mansfield seconded.
That's why we had executive session.
Yeah, no, you may not. Is it pertain to item number 2? A yes or no question. I'll let, can you give him his mic?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Law Director, are we allowed as the County Commission to lease the building?
Now you are.
I'm going to speak, generally speaking, as the commission, you can dictate leasing property in this county. However, the whole purpose of item number 2 that we're voting on is to discuss all these alternatives. So I do not think deliberating this is part of whether we're going to pass this item number 2, executive session item number 2.
I don't understand how we can vote on something that was created in an executive session without having the ability to amend it in public. Because we're not allowed to deliberate back there or out here.
Eventually, that could happen, possibly, but this hasn't even been formed, so that would be the opportunity to discuss some options and then deliberate them.
So would it be right to vote on this option 2 and then
This is way
deliberate
beyond
afterwards?
yes or no. This is way beyond yes or no, so let's move on. Thank you, sir. Mr. Hyde, is this on this specific motion?
I would just like for the item 2 to be restated that we're voting on.
Mr. Sidler? Can you turn him back on?
Item number 2, a positive vote was to be able to recreate a situation where these options could be discussed.
I mean, item number 2 is the item number 2 we talked about for 30 minutes over there. We all know what item number 1 and 2 are. This is a little bit interesting, but we're going to put it on the board. Item number 2, let's go and put it on the board. Yes or no?
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay. See, that passes 17-5.
Item 1's moved.
Not necessarily. Are there any other motions coming out of executive session concerning?
I move that we approve item 1.
All right.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion by Mr. Ring to approve item 1, second by Mr. Harrison. No one queue. Let's put that on vote.
Each commissioner records your vote.
They're both individual motions. So you can put, yeah. Okay, it failed anyway, so. All right. Moving on then, report of the county officials. Your written reports to be filed. Notaries, let's put notaries on the board. Is there a motion to, okay, motion and a second. Let's put that on the board, please. All right, that one passes unanimously. Okay, report of the standing committees. I'm sorry, hold on a second. Okay, was that a yes vote, Mr. Brown? Okay, that's fine. Report of the standing committees, Health and Emergency Service, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll talk about it.
Can you turn on you?
Sure. All right. So what you have before you in the green packet is from legal. It is a review of courtroom security that is required by the Tennessee Administrative Office of the Courts. This came through the committee process, positive recommendation. Legal will need these packets back by the end of the night or first thing in the morning whenever we get out of here. So make sure those green packets make their way back to legal because it is sensitive information in there, please. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I so move for approval.
And the motion is second. No one in queue. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous.
No.
All right. Education Committee, Mr. Sullivan. All right. Highway, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 2510-16, renaming Evelyn Court to East and West Evelyn Court, and I so move.
Motion second. No one in queue. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's unanimous. Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Well, we're going, Let's go General Ops. Committee, Mr. Harris. So who made the motion? I mean, they made the motion without being recognized. Okay, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, motion to group and approve. Is there a second? All right, second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, so that's unanimous. All right, Committee on Committees, Ms. Bergdorf. I'm waiting on Ms. Bergdorf.
Positive. Education Committee, Merrill Hyde, 1 year positive. I so move.
Okay, there's a motion to group and approve. There's a second. Okay. Yeah, it's the same ones. Okay. No one in queue. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? So that's unanimous. Legislative Committee, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for my clarification, we had added an item number 6 under this list. What is the official?
Item number 6.
Yes, I know what that is, but I mean on the paper, is it 2510 what?
What was that going to be? 2510
We can make it
38?
19 if we want to because we removed 19 initially.
38 or 19? 38. This will be 2510-38.
Okay.
All right. So 19, as you mentioned, got struck. So 2510-20.
Yes, sir. Resolution to decline to raise the local option sales tax proposed by the municipality of Portland. I so move.
Motion second. No one in the queue. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's unanimous.
All right. Item 2510-21 to appoint Judicial Magistrate Robert Watts. This is on the recommendation of Judge Blanton and Judge McCormick, and I so move.
Motion and a second. No one in the queue. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's unanimous.
2510-22 to ratify the appointment of Marshall Boyd. I hate to even bring this, not that I don't have confidence in Mr. Boyd, but I hate losing Mr. Sudduth. But to ratify Marshall Boyd's appointment as Director of Planning, and I so move.
There's a motion and a second. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions. I am on the Planning Commission, and I hate to see Mr. Sudduth go because he did a great job, but we had discussed in the last planning meeting that Ms. Simpson, Sydney Simpson, was going to be like an interim. That's what we had discussed at planning. So I was surprised to see this on the agenda because that was kind of, Commissioner Klein's on there, Commissioner Holmes is also on there. And it was just, I'm not against Mr. Boyd but I know that he is the county engineer. So are we going to get a new county engineer? Like I just kind of want to know the plan because the plan that I thought we had was that Ms. Sydney Simpson was going to be the interim until we made a decision on who that was. So I'm not against Mr. Boyd. I don't want anybody to think that. I just was kind of confused because that was not what we discussed in the last Planning Commission meeting.
Mr. Harrison, would you like to speak to that at all?
This recommendation, the resume was put forth by County Mayor to move Mr. Boyd into the Director of Planning, and also that Ms. Simpson would be moved into the Assistant Planner role, if I'm stating that correctly.
All right,
let me defer
I'll
to
put
the
the
county
mayor
mayor on that.
he's in queue. Mr. Mayor, can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, so with, this is a succession plan that we spoke with our prior planning director, Josh Sudduth, and what we're doing is we're moving Marshall Boyd to the director's spot of planning and engineering. Now, with that move, Marshall will be elevating Sydney to the county planner position. She's already the secretary on the Planning Commission. She has full authority to sign all the plats, et cetera, and she will be elevated to that county planner spot.
Thank you, sir. No one else in queue? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So that's unanimous.
Item number 2510-23 to reduce the library board spots from 9 to 7. This passed unanimously in legislative, and I so move.
There's a motion and a second. Ms. Burgdorf.
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to my own resolution because it was not clear when that in the, where it says, be it further resolved that the first 2 expiring seats, I would like it to be that the one empty, which is Miss Kaylee Wilson's seat, she resigned, I think in March or April. Actually, she resigned in May. And then the first expiring seat.
Okay, so there's a motion and there's an amendment on the floor. Is there a second? Second. Second by Mr. Ring. Mr. Mansfield, you're in the queue on this specific amendment or the main motion?
Well, this amendment is tied into all of it. I mean, what I just heard, it affects the main motion as well.
Well,
so.
yeah, this is, my understanding, this amendment is just that one clause to specify, instead of the next 2 expiring, there's the 1 vacant and then plus 1, the next expiring. So that's, on this amendment, I'll give you'll get time to talk about the main motion for sure, but this is, let's keep it for this specific amendment. Any clarifying questions?
No, I'm going to talk about this amendment, but I'm going to talk about overarching because it's all tied together. This amendment's tied to trying to reduce the board. This amendment's tied to board members not showing up. This amendment's tied to ideological shifts. It's all tied together. You can't separate it. And so, at all, as far as what we're doing here, I will say it's kind of ironic that in 2021, this previous county commission, the county mayor, under the county mayor's instruction, got them to increase the board members from 9 to 11 under the auspices of we don't have enough people showing up to meetings, so let's just create more positions, which is really a stupid proposition versus, and I was against it at the time. I know Commissioner Mo Taylor's against the time, as well as the senior commissioner from the 20th district as well. And on the simple fact of if somebody's not showing up to meetings, you remove them. You don't add more people to it. And we heard that here tonight. Through 2 years ago, I dare suggest we go down to 9 members from 11. I was ostracized and criticized and vehemently attacked by the left for suggesting we go back to that original number, which most counties have. I don't think anybody our size had that many people. I think Montgomery County had even 9, and their population was like 247 or 250 at the time. So that was just an interesting shift. So naturally, when it got proposed again to go back down to 9 members, I did not object to that because I'd been fighting for 9 members the whole time. You know.
Yeah, I know they're intertwined. I understand.
So
but let's focus on this specific amendment, though.
Well, you're talking about eliminating 2 positions. That's what the amendment's about. Her amendment's about getting rid of 2 positions.
Correct.
Yeah, and the clause is about getting rid of 2 positions. It's the position of
it's
of
clarifying
the open position.
what those 2 positions would be.
Correct. So I mean, I can speak to that, and this is all speaks to that.
You're speaking to the overall lowering. You're speaking to the main motion.
Yeah, in the main, the amendment is to kill 2 seats on the main motion. That's the amendment.
But the main motion already included that language to remove 2 seats.
And the amendment's clarifying that motion to kill the 2 seats.
Clarifying which seats there are, yes.
So what's the difference of talking about this?
Because you're talking about the main motion.
So, well, no, I'm talking about these 2 seats because I don't think they need to be eliminated.
Okay.
So
fair enough.
That's why I'm talking about it. So everything's within bounds on that when we're talking about this. So if I'm going to be specific about this motion on removing 2 members from the library board because 4 people don't show up to the library board, and it was a regular meeting, they got rescheduled. This is not a special called meeting. These were rescheduled meetings, which due to circumstances, stuff like that happens, but it's been 3 of them. And so I do want to actually apologize for putting out, I guess, information that wasn't correct on the 2 seats that actually were up for being the next 2, sitting aside this open seat, being Mrs. Daniels and Mrs. Grammers. I was incorrect about that because when I went back and looked In 22, when I became chairman of Committee on Committees, as far as how the terms worked, and understanding that we weren't just replacing people, we were fulfilling terms. And at that time, Judge Jane Wheatcraft had resigned, and her term expired in July of 2022. So when we came on in September 2022, one, we had to fill that seat. And in October of 2022, we did fill that seat with Beverly Hyde. So what we were doing was extending a term from July 2022 to July 2025. That's a term, it's not just a person. Planning Commission works that way, the Board of Zoning Appeals works that way. If somebody resigns, you don't just start adding on 3 or 5 years to the end of the, okay, this person's got 3 or 5 years, they're fulfilling a term. The crazy thing about what's happened here is so many people have resigned in fulfilling a 3-year term. Yeah, literally 2 people resign in the middle of one term, a 3-year term. So you've had 3 people in a matter of 3 years fill this one spot term. So, and I got this from the Secretary of State's website when I downloaded it from the 21-22 Red River, I guess, classification of who rolled on, when they roll on and roll off. So technically, the 2 seats that are expiring is the original Jane Wheatcraft seat from July 2022 to July 2025, which Beverly Hyde was appointed for that, and she resigned, which Shannon Bergdorf was appointed to that. And basically, that seat expired July 2025. It's an open seat. The seat that Paul McCoy's currently in was a seat that was originally replacing Donna McFarland, whose term expired September 2022, according to the Secretary of State's website. That term was from September 2022 to September of 2025. And so we put in Debbie Martin in that seat in October of 2022. She resigned, and then from the floor of the commission this past year, Paul McCoy got put into that term, that 2022 to 2025 term. His seat did expire last month in 2025. So my point is, if this is reduced, the 2 seats that are being reduced technically are Commissioner Bergdorf's seat and Mr. McCoy's seat, because those are based on the term from what the Secretary of State's website is, not based on the person and who rolled off, came back on, because that's what causes the confusion. But it's based on a term limit, 22 to 25. And it doesn't matter how many, and that's, the Board of Construction Appeals works that way, Planning Commission works that way. And when I spoke with, the reason I remember this so vividly is because the previous interim law director in law department, prior to Mr. Sittler and Mr. Weiner coming, explained that to me that way, that you're filling that seat, that term. And so it doesn't matter, because there's always a debate, like, when does this term begin and when does this term end? Not when we're appointing them, but when was that process happening? So I just want to make it clear, by reducing this to 7, you are eliminating Commissioner Bergdorf and Commissioner McCoy from the library board, which seems that they're not able to fulfill their obligations in some regards, so I don't think that would be a detriment. So I did want to make that clarification before we voted on that tonight, and to clarify what exactly the seats that would roll off according to, I guess, the main amendment. But this new amendment is just changing that to 2 different seats. But again, the 2, regardless how it changes, Commissioner Bergdorf's and Paul McCoy's are the 2 closest ones that have already expired. Technically, they've already expired, and we should have reappointed or renominated in July and September for that term, for where those seats are held. So I'm not exactly sure how that's going to roll off for, even if this amendment passes. One of those, I assume, would be nixed, besides the open one. But I don't think the open one would be nixed, because I don't think the term would expire. I think it would be these 2 would be the ones that actually technically would be rolling off. So I just wanted to clarify that as part of this. So with that, I'm just going to, I've got more to say, but I'm going to, I guess, reserve my rest for the main motion.
All right. Yes or no question? I just kicked people out of the queue. Sorry.
Does that make Commissioner Bergdorf's amendment out of order with this new information?
I'll go back to her and get clarification of her amendment, yes. We need to get that clarified. All right, I accidentally put everybody's speaker on, so I apologize. So if you were in the queue, can you push your buttons again, Mr. Sho? Yeah, Mr. Sho.
So I actually have, so I want to speak on this amendment. I have an amendment, I think, to this amendment, but I would like to, before I make it, I would, because it's specific to these two seats, I would like to know from the maker of the amendment what specific two seats and individuals being replaced she's talking about in her amendment.
Okay. I will allow Ms. Bergdorf to, can you cut her line? There you go. Ms. Bergdorf?
I will specifically address your question, and then I will specifically address what I was told by the county law director when I asked him about the terms all being 3 at a time as well, 3 years at a time. As it stands right now, according to the county website and according to the county law office, Kaylee Wilson, who resigned her seat in May, whose term expires June of 2026. She has resigned. That would be the empty seat. The next expiring term would be the chairman's seat. And it expired, according to the state, Red River Regional, October 17th. It expires 3 years from the day you are elected now. So when I called the county law office and I asked, because our bylaws do say you fill the rest of a term and then you are eligible for a next term. And I said, why do all of these terms have 3 years on them? And I was not really given a proper answer. And I have gone back and done the research, and in October of 2022, Ms. Daniels and Ms. Hyde, and I believe Debbie Martin filled terms. They filled ends of terms, but I couldn't get back far enough to find out whose was whose. So I was fine with county law director saying it was too far going back. So everybody just got 3 years. But I did notice that when they put Larry Hinton on the county website, they did make his term eligible in June of 2026. So they followed the bylaws according to some library board members, but not all, because everyone else has gotten 3-year terms. Even Paul McCoy was given a 3-year term, and he was voted on as a 3-year term.
So
Thank you.
I just want, push your button again. So you made the amendment. I want to make sure, I didn't catch, what was the lady's name that resigned in May? I forget what you said.
Kaylee Wilson.
Kaylee Wilson, okay. So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but your amendment is that the two positions would be Kaylee Wilson, or Kylie Wilson, and Joanna Daniels. Those are the two spots, okay. So that is the amendment on the floor. Who made the second? Is the second, I don't know. Would anyone like to second that? I'll second it. Okay, Mr. Ring, okay. So Wilson and Joanna Daniels, those are the two positions that this amendment is identifying. So
I'm going to speak specifically to these two positions, and I want to, if you'll allow it, make a couple comments, and I really appreciate the decorum that was happening here tonight, and I want to make just a couple comments because I know that this is a contentious issue. I believe I have actually voted for every single person on both sides of this that has come up because I believe they are all people who care about their community, and we just disagree sometimes. I believe, I spoke to one of the ladies who was clearly in the minority tonight when she was speaking, and I thought that, I didn't necessarily agree with all the comments she said, but I thought it was brave of her to do that. I have a lot of respect for people here, including my fellow commissioner, who she and I disagree on some of these things, but I have a lot of respect for her. And so I want everybody to know that no matter how this vote goes or how any of these votes go, that I have respect for these things, and I realize that and for the people here. And I hope we all maintain that. So we had a couple of young folks speak tonight, and anybody who's talked with me much has I believe, the average age here of the commissioners is probably north of 60. Average age of most of our boards is north of 60. We talk a lot about wanting to bring the youth in, make them a part of our community, I think that we need to make them a part of the decision-making process as well. And so I'm going to make an amendment here because I believe in this. I believe in
This is an amendment to her amendment.
This is an amendment to not remove these two positions, but instead to fill them with the following two names: Steve Wasilowski and Riley Gaines.
Second.
Okay. So there is my ruling is that is not, that could be an amendment to the main motion, but that is not an amendment to this amendment. That's my ruling.
Point of order.
We can put that to vote. I mean, that's fair enough. But, so my ruling is, I'm going to give you the time to make the motion, but I think that's on the main motion and not the amendment. There's a point of order from Mr. Mansfield. Can you click on his name? There you go. Yes, Mr. Mansfield.
I just want to clarify, as a point of order, is according to Robert's rules, an amendment can be hostile and still be germane to the amendment, to the main motion or to an amendment. So it's out of order to say that he can't make that amendment. That's just not true, especially according to Robert's rules, because germaneness does not mean it's complementary. It can be hostile to and still be part of the subject. So his amendment is hostile to the amendment made previous. It's the exact reverse opposite. And according to Robert's rules, that is in order. You can't just say I don't want to do that. I mean, you're out of order by doing that. So that's why I call it point of order.
Fine. Hey, that's.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just saying.
I don't understand the reaction.
I've looked up a lot because people try to do this all the time. In the previous commission, this one, according to Robert's rules, it is specific about germaneness of a motion and the hostility of a main motion. As long as it's on the same subject, it can still change it. That is germane to the motion because we're talking about the motion. It's not just like, oh, we got to just do what we want to do.
I'm going to agree with the law director. I agree that it's it pertains to the main motion. So you're more than welcome to put it up on the vote for 13 votes. But,
I object to the ruling of the chair and I call for division.
There you go. All right, let's put that on the board. So this, a yes here would be to allow this amendment to this amendment instead of to the main motion. Yeah. So a yes is for that. Can you put that on the board?
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay. All right. So that's that fails to get 13 votes. We'll definitely come back for that motion. All right. Mr. Teacher, on the amendment here is okay. No, we'll keep you in queue. I can't skip around. So hit Mr. Jones on this amendment. Mr. Jones. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still would like to get a ruling from the law director or the chair on whether or not Commissioner Bergdorf's amendment is out of order, because it is not the next seats to roll off. And she herself said that she didn't get a clear understanding of that from the law director. So she went with the choice she made because there wasn't clarity there.
Her amendment as restated clarifies that for us.
No, but I'm asking
if it takes the unknown out of it.
I'm still asking if it's out of order because those are not the seats to roll off. She just picked two random seats. So I'm asking if it's fair that she picks seats that aren't in line to roll off versus seats that are in line to roll off. That's why I'm asking if it's out of order. She's just picking two random seats.
Yeah, let's let the, can you give him the law director?
I do want to give the cue to Chair.
It's been a while since I've looked at this, but I do not recall seeing any statutory provision that address the library board other than that all successors should be 3-year terms, whereas you get into planning commission and zoning, they are statutorily directed to say that anybody that vacates prior to the end of the term, the filling of that seat is for the remainder of that term. I do not know of any statute that applies to the library board in the same way.
Have you already looked into this?
I have in the past. I just don't have a statute to quote you.
I just think it's highly unfair that we're pulling people off the board that aren't due to roll off yet. Those seats are still open. One of them a couple weeks early or well, one of them may be in line, but there's 2 that have already rolled off. And if you look into it and find otherwise, then we've removed 2 seats that still have time left on them. I just want to make sure you have looked into that and your knowledge is current.
I can probably find an answer for you here quickly because it's on the website, so.
Well, then I'd like to wait for that before I make my decision.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Mr. Teachner, can you, well, I guess I can. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify then, just so we don't have to worry about wasting the people's time any more than we already have, I make a motion, an amendment to the amendment that we just switch and we remove Mrs. Bergdorf and Mr. Paul McCoy from that. And my reasoning for that, my rationale, is because if there was no validity to that, then why would it say on the website that Paul McCoy rolls off next year? And so we got to get something in line. We got to have some consistency. Mm-hmm. And so if we do this, it makes it where we're going to have to come up. And you know how good we are about putting members on the library board. So I think we need to go ahead and just get the ones that have already got their terms expired and then move into whatever else happens to whatever else happens. But not roll them off, just make the seats vacant, and then whatever we do, we do.
It takes a 2/3 vote to remove somebody. And actually, it says here, would you like me to?
But we're not removing anybody.
Isn't that what he just proposed?
Well, the question, the clarification is.
Oh, I understand what y'all had me looking for. I thought what he just said just now. Okay.
I don't think so.
Yes, according to TCA 10-3-103 Library Board members' appointments and terms, the only language they have in there is this statement: all successors shall serve for terms of 3 years, period.
So it
doesn't stipulate what a succession is other than a new person.
It sounds like Mr. McCoy's on the website is a typo or incorrect information. But if you want to make a motion, so that being said, Ms. Bergdorf hasn't expired her 3-year term, and who else was it? Mr. McCoy, sorry, he hasn't. So neither one of those have expired their 3-year terms. The law director says we can include that. I can entertain your amendment to the amendment, but it would take 16 votes because it would remove them from before their term expired. Okay, so that's a motion to replace an amendment to the amendment to replace Wilson and Daniels with Bergdorf and McCoy. On that, okay, this. Because we're moving before their term expires, it takes 16 votes. So let's put that to the vote. So this is, so if you push yes, you'll yes for the amendment to the amendment, but it does require 16 votes.
Should be handled in 2 separate.
Is it, Mr. Law Director?
Yes, sir.
The question is this essentially a recall, which is why it required 16 votes.
And it's the law that just got passed as well. And if I'm not mistaken, it also requires a 5-day notice before the removal.
So we can vote, and then we give them 5 days and they're removed?
No, you have to give 5 days notice of their
Potential?
potential removal.
Hold on one sec, hold on one sec. You're not, hit Mr. Teacher. There you go, go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is, suddenly it's a recall and it's a 5-day notice. So we must have why is that recall for the conservative candidates not needing a 5-day notice?
Their terms have expired. They're open, Ms. Wilson resigned in May, so that seat is, I mean, it's empty. And Ms. Daniels' term expired October the 17th or October 31st, whichever you want to. It's October 17th is when, of 2022, is when she took, her 3-year term started. So that, today is October 20th.
So that does not require any 5-day notice for that, but it does for those.
Her term is expired, yes. Yeah, they're vacated seats, correct.
Interesting.
But we're going to entertain your amendment, though. Okay, so let's put that on the vote, on the board. So this amendment is to replace the 2 openings from Wilson and Daniels to Bergdorf and McCoy. And 16 votes, let's go.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay, that fails. All right, Mr. Schofield spoke. Let's go to Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller?
And we're back to Ms. Bergdorf's amendment, correct?
Yes.
Because that's what I wanted to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you for letting me speak. The first thing I want to say is I listened to all the people in this room tonight that were the overwhelming majority. I will not be supporting this because it's a personal vendetta and it has nothing to do with anything that's right. It's just like nominating from the floor when we had candidates that were vetted and conservative and aligned with the values of supposedly 24 conservative commissioners that ran as Republicans. So I will not be supporting this because it is nothing but a witch hunt.
All right, thank you very much. Hey, you all have been here for several hours. I do not want to have anyone removed, but let's not do that, okay? Please, let's respect everyone's time. All right, let's go Mr. Ring.
Thank you.
On the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to restate what the attorney just said. These 2 seats that she's mentioned, one has been vacated due to resignation, and the other one is either vacant now or will be vacant at the end of the month. If we're going to reduce it, that's the logical way to do it, is get rid of is eliminate the 2 seats that are vacant. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harrison? Okay, you're just standing there. Okay. Mr. Wright?
We have several amendments that have come through in the last, 30 minutes? And we don't even know yet, we haven't voted if we are even going to have those 2 spaces open.
Correct.
What are we doing, folks? I mean, we do not even know if we're going to have to replace those people. And we've already come up with names. I make an amendment for us to vote on the original resolution and then decide who we were going to remove if we drop it from 9 to 7. I think that would make more sense than what
fair.
we have set here.
I'll entertain that if there's a second. All right. So this is an amendment to the, his amendment is amendment to the amendment.
Just keep in mind, if the original passes, there's no amending it.
Hold on one second, Law Director. Say again?
If we go to the main motion and it passes, there's no amending.
Yeah.
It will have passed.
All right, I take back my comment. Can't do that. All right.
Thank you.
All right. I understand where you're talking about, though. All right. On this amendment to the amendment, Mr. Shove, on this amendment? Okay, you're still in the queue, okay. All right. This amendment to the amendment, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hold on. I want to explain the reason why the previous commissioner said what he said. The reason why all these amendments are happening, and this is for everybody that's voting, but it's also for the public to understand what's going on here, is once this is reduced, it's reduced. There is no chance to get any conservative members back on this board. So that is why we're fighting tooth and nail to make all these amendments right now. It may sound confusing, but we have to make the amendments or this vote is over. It will be a board of 7 less than conservative members in the majority.
That's the main motion.
That is the main motion, and if she gets this amendment through, that's what it'll be.
Well, no,
Because
the
it will
main
be a
motion has to
precursor.
pass.
It'll
The main
be a
motion has to
precursor.
pass.
You'll see the votes on her amendment that will happen in the main motion. So we're trying to fix this amendment so we can get a better main motion. We've had an opportunity to appoint good conservative people, 2 young people that were brought up. Riley Gaines has been on the forefront of this fight to end this transgender poison in our community. She has fought it nationwide.
Come on.
This is a good candidate to put.
This is not on the amendment. It's a different motion. It's a different amendment.
I'm explaining why we're trying to alter the amendment.
I understand.
I'm telling anybody else that has ideas for an amendment to speak up now because
Okay,
it's fixing to
thank
be
you, sir.
over. So we have an opportunity to have the most conservative, most knowledgeable person on this fight put on this board tonight. And we have a sea of red out there that is wanting this to happen. To vote against this would be ludicrous, and it would not be in the interest of the community.
That's not an amendment. All right. We're on the amendment, Mr. Rogers. Amendment? All right, there you go. Mr. Rogers, is there a second? Okay. So let's put this on the board. This does need 16 votes for everyone's. It's good. I'm sorry. Mr. Rogers called the question. It's going to go on the board. It does need 16 votes. Ms. Templeton?
Each commissioner records your vote.
Ms. Janong, on the amendment or on the main? Amendment to her amendment? Okay. I guess, let's go ahead. Put Ms. Janong. There you go.
That's okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you. There's a lot of confusion, it's muddling. My amendment is to add 11 members back to where it was originally when we first started out, so that there's 11 members, so that they'll have enough for quorum eventually if anybody shows up. So my amendment is to add it back to 11 members instead of 9. And that way there's more members, more decisions, more
Okay.
diversity, sorry. That's my amendment.
Is there a second on that? Who is that? Ms. Jones? Mr. Jones? All right. I'm good with that on this one. So anybody want to talk on the amendment to the amendment? All right, let's put it on the board. The amendment to the amendment, it's moving it, the number from 9 to 11.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay, all right. In 5 seconds, I can tell you that failed. No, that's fine. No, I appreciate it. All right, Mr. Schoaf, are you in the queue for this? We're just to remind everyone, we're back on the original amendment. Yeah.
Very quick point of information. So I was not able to make an amendment to this one. I just want to be clear that I'm going to get right back in queue, that I will be allowed to make my amendment to fill these seats once we adjudicate this amendment that's on the floor. I just want to be super clear.
100%.
Okay.
Yes.
Even if it's voted to terminate?
This, correct. Up until the main motion, yeah, up until the main motion gets voted on. All right. Mr. Teachner, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. I make an amendment that we extend the current chair, Joanna Daniels, so that we're not in this frenzy of trying to figure out how to fill her spot immediately. And if we're confused about the term limits and with the law director's statements, I just make amendment that we extend her.
Second.
For a longer time, so until she moves out of county. Thank you.
There's differing opinions on that right now.
It'd have to be 3 years, there's no abbreviation, because it's successive terms of 3 years.
Within a 3-year term.
Yeah. The law director.
3 years.
The law director is saying that anyone that gets approved is a 3-year term until they resign or get 16 votes to be voted out. But help me understand, can you put the mic back on him? We got the amendment, so what is how are you changing her amendment, Ms. Bergdorf's amendment?
So just with her amendment, it is stating that just the chair be replaced, be the one to roll off. And I'm saying, well, what if we do away with that? And I want to just amend the fact there's one person who's not there. There's a seat that's empty, okay? But then there's another seat that is either empty right now or empty on Halloween. And I'm just saying.
The amendment to the amendment that I will entertain is revolving around the 2 spots.
Yes.
Okay.
So the one spot, I don't want to recommend anybody. I want to keep it at 9. I don't know if there's any way to say that more clearly, but I would like to, I'm not going to suggest anybody roll off. So I'm just saying that the one that is rolling off, I'm not going to address the other one, the open seat. I suggest that instead of that amendment, that we actually make the continuation of Joanna Daniels as chairman.
So you would vote down the main motion?
Yes, I would just put it where there's just a one, and then we have to make a true statement.
Okay, so we'd come back to that one. No, that's why I'm not entertaining right now. You're right. All right. So you can make that on the main motion then. Mr. Harris, can you put Mr. Harrison? All right, Mr. Harrison.
I'm going to make a motion to send this back to committee.
Send this back to the committee, on which committee?
Legislative.
Okay. So there is a motion which we can entertain, and there's a second.
Simple majority.
Okay. So we can debate. Simple majorities, 13 is needed, but we can debate. Mr. Schoaf, would you like to speak on this? No? Okay.
I'd like to speak on this.
All right. Mr. Teachner, can you put Mr. Teachner? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that sometimes we have to do the hard things, and I believe that these folks did the hard things. They're sitting here to ridiculous hours of the night. They weren't elected, but they're the boss, and we need to start acting like they are. And we're servants, and we need to start acting like we are. And sometimes it's hard because for so many years, the conservative movement has been hampered or slowed down because somewhere along the line, you know the whole thing of someone mistakes your kindness for weakness. Well, for some reason, as conservatives, we have switched those around, and we've made our weakness our kindness, and the fact that we don't stand up for anything anybody wants that has any need or any desire of the public. We don't stand up for it. So we defer, and I don't know, I could make plenty of statements, but we push everything back until they're not here because we want to pretend that's not what the will of the people is. The will of the people is for us to shut up and put conservatives on the library board. That's all they want. That's all they want. They want all the crap out of the shelves, so their little ones are not going to see it. That's simple. But for whatever reason, we think that being weak makes us kind to our neighbor. But if we love our neighbor, the very best thing for them is the conservative thing and the Christian thing. Because if we believe that Jesus is Lord, then we need to vote in the way that we see from a biblical worldview.
So you're voting against the
Republican
referral?
and Democrat?
Okay, so you'll
So
be
we do not
voting
send it
against
back.
this. Okay. All right. Mr. Mansfield, can you put Mr. Mansfield? This is on the motion to.
Well, this motion is hostile to everything and erases everything, so I'm going to say what I got to say because this is, if this passes, then it negates the entire main motion. I am going to read briefly just an email from a citizen, not one of the long ones, that addresses all of these issues. The defer, addresses the amendments, addresses the main motion, because this is hostile to all of it. It said, "Dear Commissioners, the failure of board members to attend the last two meetings prevented quorum. They also failed to hear what the majority of Sumner County wants, the adoption of a collection policy that is grounded in reality, protects children, and complies with federal and state laws. In addition, they once again left Hendersonville and Westmoreland libraries without a director, which was talked about tonight. This gridlock could have been avoided had another board member been appointed previously, which we can't even get that happening. Had a vacant seat for months. These board members are unable to perform their duties. The citizens ask that they be removed and new board members be appointed that reflect the values of those who elected us. This citizen urges us to not reduce the size of the library board because it's going to perpetuate the inability to reach a quorum and do business. Reducing that would do that. In addition, it would silence the conservative voices on the board that stand for the majority of Sumner County taxpayers. We talk about, and I've asked this question of candidates, what represents Sumner County values? And Sumner County is a Christian conservative community. We're not Los Angeles, we're not San Francisco, we're not Chicago. And basically, the citizen went on to say the collection policy changes should be adopted. Children need to be protected from gender confusion. It is in all this removing people from boards, it's political, it's personal, in order to remove two conservative voices that are opposed to four people promoting progressivism and transgenderism in our libraries. And I will make a statement. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has a rule that a library has the option to curate their policy. It's not a violation of anybody's First Amendment right to do so. Just like an art museum can curate policy, you can curate a book collection. And it's based on community values. So I ask, what is our community's values? A majority of our community's values is not this. The citizen went on to say, statistics have already proved that gender transitioning is largely a social construct, which these citizens agree. There has been an executive order from the president stating that there are two genders with directives to remove all transgender ideology from agencies and schools and order the removal of federal funding for noncompliance, which the Secretary of State has affirmed that even in our public institutions, including our libraries. Furthermore, the Tennessee ban on medically transitioning children has recently been upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court. This should not be so divisive. It's basic biology, and we need to protect the children of Sumner County. And I want to say a Charlie Kirk quote is very aptly stated. If a kid thinks they're trans, they're confused and need guidance. And if an adult tells a kid they're trans and pushes them towards hormones or surgery, that's child abuse, plain and simple. It's what it is. It's a distortion of reality. And so this perspective underscores the need for discernment in curating children's collections, ensuring materials align with their developmental readiness and respect to parental guidance. And what you have is a locked 4-to-4 library board of 4 members who don't show up or have voted literally against or abstained from this policy, One of the library board members was crazy enough to say that Jesus would approve of transgender books in the library. That's just an abhorrent lie from the pit of hell. That's not true. Jesus explicitly said God made them man and woman. Jesus was God, man and woman. Read the book of Romans 1. It talks about all this. It's a distortion of the mind. It's a perversion. And so Jesus loves everybody. He died on the cross. Like Andy Lacey brought it up with the school board about the whole Christmas whatever. It's like, do you want me to lie to you or want me to tell you the truth? Christ is about Christmas. Christmas is Christmas. So do you want me to lie to you or do you want me to tell you the truth? Transgenderism is a mental illness. It is not a lifestyle. It's not a choice. You're born male or female. God created us male or female. This is an ideological divide and shift. This is what this is about. This is what this county is fighting over. This is what Riley Gaines talked about. We heard a quote from State Representative Johnny Garrett agreeing with Riley Gaines and said he wants to get rid of all this madness out of our libraries. Heard that quote read tonight. So it's like, I don't understand why we have a county commission that's fighting this. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's insanity. It's transanity. And so I just want to thank the members of the library board for their thoughtful leadership in revising this collection and development policy to prioritize age-appropriate materials for children in our libraries. I do support this effort to protect young minds while they're in a learning environment. And I've got a testimony from a girl, and I've said this before, who accidentally, as a teenager, a tween, like 12 or 13 years old, experienced a book about this issue. She's a Christian girl that brought her shame when she was exposed to a picture book that she thought was a youthful book, and she stumbled upon it, and she thought she did something wrong by reading it and looking at this material, and she was even afraid to go to her parents, and eventually getting pastoral counseling and going to her parents and getting counseling over something that she was inadvertently exposed to sexually explicit graphic materials, even dealing with the transgenderism in a public library. And so we talked about people having scars for 67 years, or it was mentioned tonight, with these types of issues. And so it's about protecting kids. And again, nobody has a right to have this in there. And if somebody wants to do this, that's their choice, but not with my taxpayer dollars, not with their taxpayer dollars. And it's about what the majority of the community wants. I sat here and got ostracized and crucified for even asking questions about stupid bleachers, but I voted for it, even though I didn't want to and didn't agree with it. But I voted for that $15.8 million for all these athletic facility things because a majority of my previous constituents wanted me to do it, even though I didn't want to do it, because I was being representative of their voice. So tonight, I'm being representative of their voices and a majority of Sumner County voices. And so I think that's what this is about. We're going to kick the can down the road, but this is what the main amendment's about. This is what the amendment's about. I'm not for going down to 7. I'm not for kicking it back to legislative. And I'm going to support Commissioner Schoaf's amendment if he gets a chance to put Riley Gaines and Steve Wasilowski on the library board, because I think they'd be great candidates.
All right, thanks, sir. Mr. Schoaf, you're not on this amendment. So this is the motion to refer back to, what about Mr. Schmidt? Can you put Mr. Schmidt? There you go, sir.
I thought I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I'm not going to vote in favor of referring this back to legislative. And I'll be real quick. I'll try to get through this. I promise it's not going to be long. Recently, we had a proposal to rename Wolfpack Way to Charlie Kirk. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is well over 95% of the emails that I responded to were in favor, and this is on both sides, just for the record, Charlie Kirk's side and other side, to keep it at Wolfpack Way. Tonight, and the emails that I've received, I've seen very little to support 7 members. I'm just keeping it real here. You know, we had, on one hand, we had 11, some that wanted to keep it 11, then we have another side that wants 7. So effectively, by keeping it at 9 tonight, effectively, we're meeting in the middle. So if we're going to talk about, we often talk about and get criticized for compromising. Well, this is a compromise. I would like 7 because it's less government. However, when it was from 11 to 9, I felt that after reviewing all the emails, talking to different people, I felt that 9 was a compromise on that. As far as, I've got concerns, and again, I don't want to don't want to sound like, I'm not saying anything nefarious has been taking place with the library board, because that would be wrong of me. But to keep it fair, I criticized on behalf of the citizen the previous committee on committees for missing 2 consecutive meetings. I just didn't know why. And matter of fact, one of the committee on committee members, her and I had a respectful back and forth conversation about that. And I told her, I said, it wasn't, like I said from the floor, it wasn't me trying to get you, I got your vote, or anything like that. It was just me speaking on behalf of those citizens. We had Mr. Stockton, we hear that name, was on for consideration for several months without being brought to the floor. I didn't have enough information on that first vote, and I explained, that why I abstained from him. Eventually, after getting more information, I felt comfortable enough to go forward with that vote. Like I said, I don't think we get anywhere by moving it down to 7. I don't see convincing numbers tonight here to tell me, and I'm being fair. I'm trying to be fair. For the emails and the conversations I've had, and from what I've seen here tonight, it'd be different if we had a 50-50 split, if we had 100 people for one side and 100 people, we just don't. So the citizens are asking to right or wrong with this. So I'm not going to be in favor of reducing it to 7. For people that I represent in Hendersonville, in the District 18, there's a good segment of that population that utilize the public library. And again, don't read into me criticizing anything that the library board's doing right now. I'm trying to keep it objective. But I believe it was the Budget Committee, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, that we're taking employees from Gallatin to work in Hendersonville. We don't have a director in Hendersonville. We do not, as of tonight, have extended library hours. No matter how any of y'all feel about that, we still don't have that. And I bring my constituents into it to say that a lot of them, there's a good segment of that district that don't have the resources to spend on internet service. So guess what? They utilize the library. And we can argue about the numbers all day long. So I just don't see it going down to 7 today. I'm sorry. I don't, not with the concerns of my constituents that have been asking for extended library hours. We are taking employees from Gallatin to Hendersonville, and again, they have spoken tonight.
All right, thank you, sir.
That's it.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Janong, can you click her?
I'll be quick. I'm always quick.
This is on the motion to defer.
On the motion to defer, I want to say, there's an old saying, you can run, but you can't hide, right? By deferring it, these folks aren't going nowhere. They're going to be back in bigger numbers. So you can defer it every night till the sun comes out for the next long time. But you can defer, but they're going to be back. And they're going to be back in bigger numbers because that's what they're going to do. And deferring it just causes more discourse and more pain. I'm in favor of 9. I wanted 11. Well, I'm in favor of 9. I will not vote for 7. But I don't think deferring it's going to help anything. And that's how I felt about it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Teachner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is on the motion to defer.
It is, and it feels almost like we actually had this opportunity because if I remember correctly, I seconded a motion to remove it from the agenda, and then I voted not to remove it along with 17 others. So we had 18 who voted not to remove it from the agenda because all the folks right here, and we wanted them to get to speak on it and we could vote on it tonight. So it really feels like we're actually voting on it again.
That's fair. That's fair.
So
Mr.
realistically,
Mansfield,
we should have an 18 no vote at least to not remove it from the agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Mansfield, on the motion to defer.
I do want to agree with the junior commissioner from the 18th district about the emails I received on this since July from, I'll say, both sides, about 115 emails supporting the collection policy, supporting keep it at 9, not about 47 emails that are against the collection policy. So if you want to talk about majorities, citizens have overwhelmingly written in support of the policy and support of keeping it to 9 members. I also would just want to clarify statements that were made earlier about the seats. I disagree with the law director and some statements made from the floor, and this is from the Red River Regional, because the way they listed the state website, it's based on fulfilling terms. Even Jackie Wilbur fulfilled somebody else's term, and it lists like 16 and 19, and then getting reappointed twice after that. So everything about the library board is about terms, not just 3 years from the date you do it. So I disagree with that completely, based on information and data that I'm looking at from a print off from the regional Red River, as well as from the state. The way they handle it and the way even their documentation, it's based on so-and-so got appointed to fulfill a term, and that's how they even list it out. So I'm just making that clarification. It's about the terms, not about what date you get put in there.
Okay. All right. Let's put this to vote. So this is the motion to defer it back to legislative committee. So a yes means you want to defer it to legislative committee. No means you want to continue tonight on this.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay, we are now back to Ms. Bergdorf's amendment. Let's put the amendment on the board. Yeah, the amendment is the specific line in the motion that states which two spots. This amendment is to change that to where it clarifies that one of those two spots is the Wilson that stepped off, that's vacant, and then the second one would be Joanna Daniels, whose term expired 3 days ago. So that's this amendment. So let's put that on this. This needs 13 votes to get approval, and then we'll go back to the main motion discussion. Let's vote.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay, so that fails to pass. So we're back to the main motion. Mr. Schoaf.
Yes, I move to, instead of moving us from 9 to 7, to instead fill these vacancies, one with Mr. Steve Wasilowski, who's been up before, and the other one with Ms. Riley Gaines.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Now, are you suggesting go to 11?
No.
Okay, so keep it at 9.
Keep it at 9.
Okay.
And these two individuals will come on so that we have a full complement.
Okay. So the vacant spot and Ms. Daniels would roll off, and they would be replaced with?
With Mr. Wasilowski and
Mr. Wasilowski and Riley Gaines. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Okay, so that is the amendment. Mr. Lamberth.
Just point of clarification, can you explain, or maybe you can ask the maker of the motion, the difference in, because I believe we've heard tonight the confusion or the frustration of nominating from the floor versus going through the committee process. So what is the different from this versus what we've heard tonight?
You're asking me the question. My answer to that, and I'm just answering, I'm not arguing one way or the other, is it would make, it sounds like, I agree with what you're saying, is that the majority of the speakers would like to use the committee on committees process, and this, he has the full ability, just like we've been doing.
I agree.
Yeah.
I never have questioned that.
Yeah, but you're right.
It is, I'm trying to figure out.
I'm happy to respond. It'll take 10 seconds.
I think it's well within that commissioner's right to do whatever.
My response is that I have voted for every single person who's been brought forward here. I've voted for both camps. I've voted for every single person. I I believe that the people who have been brought forward are people who want to serve on all sides. So I've been consistent. I can't, different people have different
Do you know
things.
if those two people are wanting to?
I have, yes, they want to. They want to serve.
All right, on the library board?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Teachner.
I just wanted to clarify that only one person just said that we shouldn't be bringing people before, from the floor, just nominated like that. But, I mean, the people are still here if we want to ask them what they would like us to do on this.
No, we don't need to do that.
Just making sure.
It's been talked about in multiple meetings, so I'm not sure what your comment was. Okay. Mr. Ring. No, that's fine. Mr. Ring.
Have these people submitted applications to the Committee on Committees to be on this board?
I can ask the Committee on Committees chairperson. Have these two members, I know one of them have both of these members?
Ms. Gaines has not, and Stephen Wasalaski had. And as chairman of Committee on Committees, unless chairman of Budget would like to correct me, he told me he wanted to be on Industrial Development Board, not on the Library Board.
All right,
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, that's fine. She asked you. You go ahead and answer the
So
question.
Mr. Wasilowski is happy. I mean, he'd be happy to serve on the Industrial Development Board. He'd be very happy to serve on the Library Board. He absolutely would like to serve on the Library Board, and I've been texting him tonight.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Mr. Mansfield.
I just find it ironic. Yeah, I mean, we have nominated people from this floor who've never gone through the committee and committee process or submitted their resume, period. That's happened. No big deal. I'm totally fine with the right of, every commissioner has a right to bring somebody forward regardless. That's what, statutorily we have that right. So I just want to make that clear for everybody.
Correct.
There's nothing wrong with that. But I don't hear people all of a sudden who voted for 4 people from the floor to then like, oh, we didn't go through the committee process, because that's just bull crap. It's a hypocrisy, and I don't want to deal with it. I mean, it's just, let's stop all the hypocrisy. So I just wanted to clarify those things specifically, that we can nominate somebody anytime we want to. But
correct.
And we had Eric Stockton and Mike Ray come through 2 times and had almost 387 emails in favor of them, and we ignored them and nominated 2 people from the floor who didn't go through the committee process and who didn't submit resumes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, that is the process. We've been doing it. There's been comments multiple months by multiple commissioners about it's not fair, but we're all seeing now that we all agree that it is allowable. So, okay. Mr. Nguyen, can you click on him?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would just like to hear more about these 2 individuals and what exactly it is that they're going to bring to the board. I know many of our previous nominees that went through committee, that have served on the board now for years. I think they've got great intentions. I think that there's a lot of good things about this, but we're seeing just an inability to govern, and it's just ineffective action, essentially. So we've had a collection policy by the library board that's been implemented, but yet we still hear the same argument about how we need a collection policy. So I'm just really confused as to, we got a collection policy, but we need a collection policy, so I don't understand the rationale behind that. But I would love to hear what these 2 individuals will bring to this board and how they will help move things forward for the betterment of this county.
Okay. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd love to speak to that. Is there anybody in here that doubts that Riley Gaines has the knowledge to speak to this and to solve this problem that we have in the library in Sumner County? Is there anybody that doubts that she has the capacity
Make sure
and
your
the knowledge
comments
to
to the
do
chair.
this?
Yeah.
I'm talking to us.
But you should be commenting to the chair.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, if there's anybody in here that has any doubt that she has the qualifications to speak to this issue, that every problem in our library seems to revolve around, then they haven't been out from under a rock in about 3 years. Because her name is synonymous with this movement against the transgender ideology.
Okay.
She's more than qualified.
All right, thank you. There were some hands that were raised, but Mr. Teachner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct this to you. Does it feel like that the reason, because every argument that we've heard to reduce the library board to 7 was because we've had trouble filling those spots? Is that a fair assessment?
I don't have an opinion one way or the other on that. I don't know if I need to step down there. My thought process is if we keep it at 9, then it would go to the Committee on Committees to bring forth additional candidates, like it typically should.
But that wasn't the question, Mr. Chairman. So has the rationale been clearly, I think there were 4 people who spoke for reducing it to 7. And it was the 4 people, I'll just to remind us all, I know they remember, was that there were not enough people that were being appointed, so these positions were empty. That was what the statement was from the 4, and that's the reason. And so then we're wanting to take these 2 that are already rolling off to just reduce it so we don't have to, it's been regurgitated over and over and over and over and over again that it's about not filling these spots. So the answer is that these spots are troublesome to fill. Okay, that's number 1. But number 2, I'd like to ask, has there been anyone, and is there anyone sitting currently, and I can direct this to you or the former chairperson for Committee on Committees, has there been anyone who has been placed on any of these committees that did not go through the committee process?
Well, I mean, I think we just spoke to that.
So the answer is yes.
Okay.
Okay. So it seems like that's not a qualifier. We've already established that. It seems like that it's not an issue now because we have 2 willing candidates right now before us. So we have all the ability to solve every bit of the problem. And we're voting on it tonight. So we have 2 warm bodies to place in this role. It'll be 9 if we vote on it. So we have the ability to do exactly what they've asked us to. It is literally government in the most perfect form of working that we have the opportunity to do right here. That's what I just want to make sure that we're clear on, that these 2 candidates that we can argue on or not argue on. Everybody, as we've talked about, Steve too. So I think the issue is that we have to make a decision, and we have to do it in front of the people.
All right, thanks, sir. Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I did interview Mr. Wozlowski. I heard him speak to the committee, and I found him very qualified and very interested in being on the library board, and I would vote for him.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Mansfield.
I just wanted to restate, I guess, asking about their interest or why they'd be good for this board. I guess, Riley Gaines was basically endorsed by State Representative Johnny Garrett today, who's also running for the Congressional District 6 to go to Washington as a candidate. And he said, we need to let our kids be kids, and this garbage should be as far away from our community as possible. I'm committed to doing everything I can to help rid our libraries of this ridiculous wokeness. And he's saying that in a repost of Riley Gaines' X account, who Riley Gaines has said she wants to be on the library board. So I'm happy to see that State Representative and Congressional candidate Johnny Garrett is committed to doing everything he can, including getting Riley Gaines on our library board to help rid our libraries of this ridiculous wokeness. I quote Johnny Garrett. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay. No one else is in the queue. So, Mr. Nguyen is now in the, he's trying to play tricks on me. Okay, so we're back to the main motion. Or excuse me, I apologize. Yeah, the amendment, no. This is your, this is your amendment. Yeah, this is your amendment to keep it at 9, replace the 2 spots with, that were vacated by Ms. Wilson and, back in May, and vacated by Ms. Daniels like 3 days ago, with Riley Gaines and Steve Wozanowski. Okay. Mr. Nguyen.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The way this has been framed up, this whole conversation is if you're not for this, then you're for that. And I know we've had these discussions in the past, and but I 100% agree that we need to find a resolution for this issue. But our libraries are more than just one issue. And so if we're just going to put forward one issue candidates, I don't know. I still did not hear what these people will actually bring outside of I interviewed them, they're great. Okay, what do they bring? You know, I feel like we have a duty to really do the due diligence, and if it takes extra time, let's take the extra time and just make sure that this is what we need for the best long-term decision. And it's not a one-for-one, you know. Again, we've done this in the past. We had people on the library board. They created a curation policy, a collections policy, but yet we still have the same issue. I brought forward a resolution back in February to send over to the library board to report back to this commission. You know, hey, what's the story? What's the evaluation? What's the root cause? I mean, we can yank books off shelves, we can do whatever we want, but we still don't understand what the root cause is.
Are you making a motion to keep it at 9 and then let the committees bring forth 2 candidates to potentially include Riley Gaines and Steve Wozanowski?
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
Okay, all right, that's a motion. Is there a second? You have to restate. We're all right here.
This is an open meeting. So, yeah, my motion is to send it to the Committee on Committees and let them bring forward 2 candidates.
But to keep it at 9.
To keep it at 9.
Okay, so the motion here is the amendment to Mr. Shoaf's motion is to keep it at 9 and let the Committee on Committees. Okay.
Yeah, we did.
No, not with keeping it to 9. Yeah. This motion would keep it at 9. Yeah. No, he was the maker. Yeah, he was the maker of the official maker of the motion. Do you want to repeat what you want to state there?
Want to send those recommendations over to Committee on Committees as a part of that motion? By all means, let's do it.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. So there's the. Hold on one second. Is this I want you to jump line here, but go ahead.
Is the motion that Committee on Committees will explicitly consider Mr. Wozalowski and Ms. Gaines for these positions?
Can you toggle back and keep his.
Go ahead and tell me what you want to do, Jerry.
No, he can do whatever he wants to do. Mr. Nguyen.
Yeah.
There
we go. All right. Thank you. The motion will not be to explicitly, but will be to consider.
Then I won't second it.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Okay. Oh, there is a second. All right. So the motion and the second here is the amendment is to keep it at 9.
Keep it in mind.
And then to send it to committee on committees, and then would tell them to consider those two candidates.
Correct.
And there's a second. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I get back in my own queue for a minute?
Yes, sir, you can. Go ahead, go ahead.
I've stood here a while pretty silently, so I want to make a couple of comments. I'm reminded, because I remember Ronald Reagan, when he said that the 9 most feared words in the English language were, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." That has been on full display tonight. Now, I have 4 children. I have 4 grandchildren. I don't want this, and I've said this on the floor before, I don't want this filth in our libraries. I don't want it in our schools. I don't want it in our convenience stores. But you know what scares me more than this issue? It's this. And every one of these kids have one. And if citizens are looking
Make sure
to
this is on.
us,
This
yes,
is on.
it is,
Okay.
yes.
Go ahead.
It is germane. If citizens are looking to us to fix the problem, you're looking in the wrong place. You've got to accompany your children to the library. These 4, 5, 6-year-olds, they don't get in the car and drive themselves. It's your responsibility to raise your children, to protect them. Now, one other comment.
Come on. Go ahead.
One of the speakers made this comment tonight. You cannot legislate morality as much as we would love to. You can't do it. We can pass laws. If we could legislate morality, there'd be no need for the sheriff. Be no need for that. It's mind-boggling to me that we've spent this amount of time when the majority of our committees are made up of 7 members. 7 members can do the job. Now, if the body votes to keep it at 9, that's fine. That's the will of the body. The will has spoken. But to just go on and on and on with this, which is why I made the motion to defer it back to committee to give us a little more time to maybe discuss it and maybe bring something back a little more clarity. That was voted down, and that's fine too. That's the system at work. But I just want to make those few comments to make sure you understand that this won't fix it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will just push back on that and say this has nothing to do with legislating morality. This is all about complying with an executive order, federal law and state law that says we cannot support with tax dollars the promotion or the purchase of this transgender ideology. It's about complying. And so it's not about legislating morality. We're not telling people how to raise their kids. We're saying that we can't fund raising them a certain way. That's not about legislating morality. And then I'm not going to support
make sure
this.
that's on the amendment.
On the amendment.
Keep it at
on
9.
the amendment. On the
Okay.
amendment. I'm not going to support that amendment because everybody knows the consequences of this vote. They know what it means. Let your yes be yes and your no mean no. You know what's going to happen if you vote this way or that way. This is the biggest issue going on in our county right now. This is the most controversial thing that everybody's fighting about. So to say there's other issues, yes, that's true. But this is the issue we have before us tonight. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. That's all I'm saying. I'm ready to vote on this.
Thank you, sir. Miss Bergdorf, can you click on her name?
I'm not sure I remember what the amendment is, but I do want to give a point of information.
Okay.
Yes, there is an executive order. Yes, there was a letter sent to us by Secretary of State Trey Hargett. He asked that we bear in mind the executive order and that we not promote transgender ideology. And if we are caught promoting transgender ideology, then we could risk losing our federal funding. That is a point of clarification. Also, there is no state law regarding transgender ideology in the public libraries. It is in the school libraries, not in the public libraries. And to that point, which is why I whooped when one of the speakers had said that Johnny Garrett had made that statement, which I did look up for clarity, because I called Johnny Garrett he's my state rep. And I said, hey, get on up to the State House. Make a law. Give our libraries, give our state standing. Give Sumner County standing with the state law, because our pockets aren't big enough for the lawsuit. And the chairman of the library board 2 weeks ago stood in this chamber in front of a packed room while I was in Florida taking care of my father-in-law's business, private business. And she said, who cares if we get sued? Who cares?
Let's go back to the amendment.
But I want that to be a point of information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Mr. Jones? Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that promotion of a certain ideology could be defined as making available to people, promoting it, making it available? When you promote products at stores, you're selling them, you're advertising them, you have them available. Promotion could very easily be defined as that.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Schoaf, can you click on Schoaf?
This is on my amendment because I wanted to respond to comments about what these people bring. So I'm in a minute. That's not this motion.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Teachner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So
just real quick. So this is the amendment here is to keep it at 9. So it keeps it at 9 and then sends it to committee on committees with these two names as strong considerations or whatnot. Okay, all right, so we'll make sure, go ahead.
So I want to say, first of all, I appreciate the commissioner from the 19th District bringing up the fact that she was frustrated also that her government was not working for her in the way that she requested, number one. Number two, on this same amendment, the reason why I don't agree with it is because, and I'm thankful that the commissioner from the 3rd District, he said that he's worried about cell phones or walking into a convenience store. Well, you got to be 21 to buy beer. You got to be 18 to buy smokeless tobacco. You got to be 13 or 18 when you register for a YouTube account even. But you got to be of walking age to walk over in the library and pick up something that your parents don't want you to see. So that's a problem. And the last thing I want to say is, can you clarify how this is different than the other amendment that we just voted down to send it back? Because we were going to send it back and vote on whether or not it would be 9 or 7.
The clarification is this motion keeps it at 9.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
the other one would have potentially brought it back next month to 7.
Potentially, yes. It would have brought it back for a vote, whichever way.
You asked for clarification, and there I answered.
But the issue is that it's still sending it back for the same exact motion.
It's not sending it to legislative. The previous motion that voted again, that didn't pass, was to defer it to legislative.
Yes.
This, because you asked to clarify, this motion is to keep it at 9 and then have the committee on committees bring forth the 2 members that would replace.
He did not. Whenever that whenever the commissioner from the 15th district made the motion that came from your mouth,
Yeah.
literally, he did not say, he's never said that he would explicitly say those two names. That means it's up for debate. So it is not different. Do you see where I'm going with that? It is not different from the earlier one.
It's absolutely different, but it's going to a different committee. This is keeping it at 9. This is completely different than what the motion was earlier.
Well, you know, I've got good, but
we're
Mr.
good.
Chair,
I answered your question.
I'll finish with this. I have good news. We're here right now, and it doesn't have to go around the block to come back to us.
All right.
Mr. Hyde told us that we could sell the whole thing with 13 votes. And so the thing is, we can sell this whole thing with 13 votes.
So you'll vote no to this amendment?
We have the option right now to
Correct.
just take it away. I mean, which one of you?
All right. We're going to put this to vote. So we're going to put, and you've spoken several times, is it redundant or is it new information?
Information for one.
Okay,
based on what you
go
said.
ahead.
So, as a point of information, based on what was said earlier, Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has ruled that a library has an ability to curate their policy, period. It doesn't matter what state law says. It doesn't matter what TCA code there is. The library board can curate their policy. End of story. And I do want to address the, just make this clear. I heard this quote this past weekend. It said, Jesus can save you from eternal hell, but politics can save you from hell on earth. And I think that's very apropos as far as what our duty is. To say you can't legislate morality, I think is a misnomer in the fact that here we are protecting kids, and the goal is to do that legislatively to protect kids from being exposed unnecessarily or improperly to age-inappropriate materials, of which they're saying transgenderism is, and that is. A kid at 5 years old says, I want to be Superman. It's like, well, thank God there's not a serum for that, versus like, oh, I think I'm a girl and I'm a boy. Unfortunately, there's encouragement for that insanity, which is wrong. And so we absolutely can legislate this in the sense of how the policies are curated and about the people we put on these boards. And this is what this is ultimately about tonight. This is what this is about. That's why I'm going to vote against this amendment, because it's not saying, I agree with the junior commissioner from the 2nd District on his motion on doing this and putting this forward as far as Mrs. Gaines and Mr. Wasilowski on being on the library board tonight. So anything else is hostile to that, and I'm ready to vote for those people on. So
okay, so we've got this amendment. Mr. Schoaf, do you want to speak on this amendment? All right. Okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Miss Miller.
I will not be supporting this amendment because the chairman of Committee on Committees continues to speak while other people are speaking, and she said she would not be putting them on this board or on Committee on Committees. So she admitted that to the person beside her while someone else had the floor. Okay. So that's why I won't support it.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, so the amendment that we're putting on the board right now, this is to keep it at 9. Okay, so that takes care of that. And then have the Committee on Committees bring forth 2 candidates, because it's Ms. Wilson's left in May, and Ms. Daniels expired, now it's 4 days ago, or whatever, since it's past midnight. So, all right, so that's what this amendment is. All right, so let's put it on the board.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, it's not Ms. Gaines and Mr. Wasilowski, right? That's not the two.
We're going to revote this. Let's clear this, Ms. Templeton. I had stated, this keeps it at 9, and then asks the Committee on Committees to bring forth 2 other members. And no, the motion is for them to consider these 2 when they bring those names forward.
But no guarantee at all, just whomever they please,
I guess, yes, correct. Yeah, okay, so let's put it on the board. It's the same vote.
Each commissioner records your vote.
All right. So now we're back to Mr. Schoaf's amendment to keep it at 9 and fill the 2 openings from Wilson and Daniels with Riley Gaines and Steve Wozniacki. Am I saying that right? Wozlowski. It's close. All right. So, okay, Mr. Schoaf, go ahead.
So I'm going to respond real quick to this, to the comment of what do these folks bring. And I just also want to comment that I've never asked, what does somebody bring when they come here? I assume, as I've always said before, that the people on all camps who've been brought forward are people who, whether I agree with them exactly or don't, I may not agree with these two exactly. I don't necessarily agree with all of of these policies. I, agree with parts of it, not all of it, right? I mean, we're not always going to perfectly agree. I never ask with any kind of ill intent or any intent at all, well, what do they bring? Because they're citizens and they care. That's the most important thing. But to answer the question, since it was asked of me, as I noted earlier, the people who fill most leadership positions in this county are older folks. I'm on the younger end of it, and I'm almost 45. And I believe that in and of itself lends itself to a bias, right? We recycle a lot of the same people through these committees. And so these are 2 names that have not been on, they're young folks. I know Steve has kids. They go to the library. Ms. Gaines was thrust into this type of thing very early on. I know whatever her opinions are on it, I know she's able to deal with that kind of controversy, right? These are 2 people who I know who are able to deal with controversy and who are able to keep a head when thrust into spotlight. So those are unique attributes that they bring. And it brings some age diversity to and some understanding of the world as it is now. That people who are coming up in it now, it's very different than it was in the 70s, 80s, 90s, where a lot of folks were coming up. There's a lot more hostility, as I think we're all aware of, right? And so having that more youthful perspective is an important thing. So anyway, there's my answer.
Okay. And I want to ask if you can put his speaker back on, Mr. Schoaf. Same question I asked at some point in the past tonight. Is Ms. Gaines absolutely would accept this?
My understanding is yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure because, okay. All right, seeing no one else in the queue, we're going to vote on this amendment that would keep it at 9 and it would add Mr. Wozlowski, sorry, and Ms. Gaines. No, this is, this motion is to fill the 2 spots, yes. Now, this is not the main motion, but this is an amendment. So let's put that on the board.
Each commissioner records your vote.
All right, so that's the amendment. That's the amendment. So now we're on back to the main motion. Well, there potentially could be another amendment. Okay, so now we're back on the main.
Actually, we kept that at 9, that would have to come out.
Okay. Per the law director, if we keep it at 9, then the second, or I guess it's the first, be it further resolved, that the first 2 expiring seats after passage will be dissolved. That would need to be removed. So, in the spirit of it, correct. I'm
Going that route.
Yeah. His amendment did that. I agree with that. No, hold on a second. Mr. Jones is in the queue.
Call the question.
All right. There's no one in the queue, so I'll just bypass that. So let's go ahead and put it on the board. So this is the main motion, which is to keep it at 9 and to fill it with the 2 people that we just talked about. Yeah, Wazlowski and Gaines, if I say it fast enough. Does everybody, before we do it, does everyone understand that? Okay, all right. I don't want point of information after we vote, so. This is the main motion, yes, yeah. 2510-23, yes.
Each commissioner records your vote.
It's, okay, hold on, people. Yeah, look, we're going to do this vote again. I want to make sure you understand. Ms. Templeton preloads the titles on all of these resolutions, and so 2510-23 is the title from our agenda. Okay, we've amended it on the floor, so now instead of it's preloaded. So we're voting. The main motion is the amendment that we just passed. So we're voting on now the main motion. I don't know how else to make it clear. I mean, it's 12:30. Maybe I'm saying it wrong.
We voted on an amendment. The
I
main
know.
motion is now amended.
I understand that, and I'm trying to explain it. So we're going to vote on that main motion. The title is going to say reduce it from 9 to 7, but that's no longer the main motion. The motion is what the amendment was. Thank you for your trust. All right, let's roll. Let's go again. Here we go. We're going to start the vote on 2510-23. As amended. There you go. As amended.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay. All right. So that passes. Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item as...
Okay. All right.
Hope I get that kind of ovation when I get home.
Real quick.
So move to approve.
Well, if people in the audience would like to stay around, that's fine. If you want to leave, I will give you a 1-minute break to leave. Otherwise, okay, if you want to leave, stand up right now, and we'll let you leave. Mr. Harrison, you're standing up. You don't count.
You said if we want to leave.
Term limits vote is next. Yeah, term limit vote is next.
Term limits vote is next. All right.
Gone.
Okay. If you all can continue to leave, but if you can just sort of keep it down a little bit, I'd appreciate that so we can keep going. Okay, Mr. Harrison, 2510-38.
Yes, sir. This was added to the agenda prior to approval, and 2510-38, I will read the title of the resolution. Okay.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second for the term limits that were placed on our seats or our desks. Mr. Wright is in.
I just need to clarify that 2510-33.
This is 38. This is a new one.
I am, hold on just a second.
It's 2510-38. We added this one.
2510-31, before we get to it, I need to make it on record that I will be abstaining from that.
Okay, when we get to that, yes, sir. Okay, but this is 3510-38 on the term limits motion, Mr. Ring.
Thank you, sir. Since this was not on the agenda, I'm assuming it was not passed out of committee. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I voted against this previously, and I'll vote against it again. I don't believe in term limits for local offices. As somebody said earlier, one of the citizens, it tells people who they can and cannot vote for, and I don't think that's reasonable. We are not career politicians. We get $500 a month. Okay? We are not making our living off of this. I had students ask me, since you're a county commissioner, why are you still teaching school? Well, it's because I can't live on $500 a month. I just think it's unreasonable to pass this at the local level, so I will be voting against it.
All right, thanks, sir. Mr. Mansfield.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 Hendersonville voters didn't think it was unreasonable to pass that for BOMA in Hendersonville. That was the percentage. 90% of Hendersonville voters voted for term limits for their aldermen. The city voters of the city of Gallatin didn't think it was unreasonable. They voted, 8 out of 10 voters voted for term limits for BOMA in the city of Gallatin. I'm going to read you a quote from Billy Graham on term limits. He said, "For decades, career politicians have made promises and broken them. They stay in power while the people struggle. The system wasn't built for them, it was built for us, the people. It's time to restore integrity, time to elect leaders who serve the people and not their careers, term limits, accountability, real change." In Federalist 2039, James Madison described the fundamentals necessary for a Republican form of government, as guaranteed in Article 4, Section 4 of the Federal Constitution, including elected holding office for a time period. He said, "If we resort to the criterion to the different principles on which different forms of government are established, we may define a republic to be, or at least may bestow that name on, a government which derives all its powers directly or indirectly from the great body of the people and is administered by persons holding their offices during pleasure for a limited period or during good behavior. It is essential to such a government that it be derived from the great body of the society, not from an inconsiderable proportion or a favored class of it." Term limits is very popular. It was popular with our founding fathers. It was popular with Billy Graham. It's popular with the city of Hendersonville, the largest city in Sumner County. It was popular with the city of Gallatin, the second largest city in Sumner County. So it's very popular with the people. This is a resolution that brought in forth amendments from the senior commissioner from district, I can't remember all the district numbers, but I'm going to say his name if you don't call me.
That's fine.
Ethics committee from Danny. And to limit it to 2 terms. It also clarifies that this is only for a referendum to send to the voters, that we are not deciding this, but we do need 16 votes to send this to the state legislature, to allow the state legislature to send it back to us, to then send it to a referendum for the voters to decide this, which would happen in the next general election. So it wouldn't even take place this election cycle. But this is for the citizens to decide, we the people, not for the commissioners to decide and voting on their own objectives or agendas. So I just do want to clarify that. That's what this resolution is about. 2 terms, and it goes to referendum, end of story. And thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Harrison.
This would be fine if Sumner County was a charter county, but it's not. This will not make it through the legislature. If it is, it'll be struck down. I'm just telling you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jones, can you hit us? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of a question for the maker of the motion. This is to send it to the state legislature to give us permission. Is that correct?
Yes, it would require 16 votes now. It would go to the state legislature, and if they pass it or approve it, it would come back to us for another 16 votes to then put it on the ballot.
So I don't know what the state legislature is going to do. I'm going to hope that they vote the way I vote, but I'm going to give them the opportunity to vote on it, so I'm going to send it.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Mansfield.
Yeah, I just want to clarify the Bailey versus County of Shelby case. specifically the misstatement from CTAS is not correct, that term limits can only be enacted through a charter form of county government. It's just not true. The interpretation is incorrect and does not reflect what the Tennessee Supreme Court actually ruled in Bailey versus the County of Shelby. What the court actually said was that term limits are a qualification for holding office, and under Tennessee's Constitution, the General Assembly has the authority to define qualifications for office or to delegate that authority via statute or private act. So the key quote from the case was, "We find that term limits are a qualification for holding office within the meaning of Section 5-1-210, parenthetical 4, and that's in Bailey 188 SW 3D at 544-545. And that basically gave the ruling that the General Assembly has broad discretion to legislate alternate forms of county government and qualifications for office. Doesn't mean that it has a charter county only. That is false. It's abjectly false. There is nothing in the Constitution or in this case law that the Supreme Court ruled on that would prohibit the General Assembly from passing a private act to impose term limits for county commissioners. That's exactly what the Supreme Court case did, was it basically said the General Assembly has to do this. That's why we can't do this. We don't have the authority. The General Assembly does has authority. The Tennessee State Supreme Court did affirm that. So I don't want to let bad bureaucratic advice or misinterpretation of a court case stop us from doing what the people have asked for, is term limits. So we have the authority to ask for this. The state legislature, the Supreme Court has ruled, has the authority to actually enact it for us. And so I hope we can get this passed. Thank you.
Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that my entire time as a commissioner, I've always tried to do the will of the people. The emails that we received a couple of months ago were substantial regarding term limits. I would be biased and unfair if I were to not try to run this through a vote of the people, since I'm a commissioner and may want to run again. That's not my choice to make. I serve the people. They should make the decision. I would encourage every commissioner in this chamber to consider the fact that we are the servants of the people. They should determine whether we have term limits or not. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, sir. No one else in the queue. Let's put this to the board. So this is this is just the motion, the main motion. It needs 16 votes. It needs 16 votes. All right.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Okay. It fails to get 16 votes. Okay. Moving on. Anything else, Mr. Harrison, legislative? All right. Budget, and before anyone groups and prove everything, reminder, 31, we don't need to, and most likely, was it 39, the volunteer fire department? So the volunteer fire department is 2510-39. Okay, Mr. Schoaf.
2510-24, I think I don't need to, do we need votes on the first two, or that's just docketing? Okay, I'll go ahead and.
I move to group and approve items 1 through 14.
Okay, look, I would, per Mr. Wright, let's, Mr. Mansfield, if I may.
Which one? I'm sorry.
Number 8.
He wants to.
So.
I'll make a motion to group and approve 1 through 7 and 9 through 14.
Okay, so there's a motion. So these are items, budget items, G 1 through 7, and then also included 9 through 14, and there's a second. No one in the queue, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show that's unanimous. So that leaves Mr. Schoaf, item 8 and item 15. Do what? Okay, so Mr. Schoaf,
item 8, we just heard a motion and a second.
Okay, so 31, there's a motion and a second. No one in the queue. I'm assuming Mr. Wright is going to abstain, but everyone else, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Mr. Wright abstains. So now we're on item 15, which is 2510-39, volunteer fire department funding.
So I would like to get in my own queue here. I don't know if,
I'm sorry,
Can I-
sir.
Can I make I'm genuinely asking, can I make an amendment immediately as the?
There,
there's
yeah,
no
you
motion?
can
So
make it with your
I'll-
motion.
I'll entertain a motion
I make a motion. Second.
to,
Well, I'd like to get, I'm in the queue, so if you can let me.
okay, so I,
Don't you wait.
you go ahead.
All right, so Mr. Schoaf he just brought this forth. Now we'll go to Mr. Mansfield. But Mr. Mansfield, before I yield the floor to you, Law Director did mention a few hours ago that this is a nonprofit. This would be a nonprofit allocation that would need to be noticed. I figured, some of you all may have known that, some of you may not have. So there's no motion yet.
He's making one.
Just let me make it. and then-
Yeah, correct. But I just want to make sure everyone understands that. Mr. Mansfield.
Okay, so my motion is to appropriate a one-time appropriation for right now. And we're in the middle of the budget cycle. I don't want to get into recurring revenue discussion yet. A one-time appropriation of $490,000 to be split evenly amongst the departments, and with proper notice for the nonprofit allocation. And that's my motion.
And I'd like to get in queue.
What was the dollar amount?
$490,000, because that's what I've been saying since last February.
Is that in addition to what's already allocated?
Correct.
Okay.
It's on top of it. So that would bring them to approximately $1.2 million for this year's funding.
Okay, so
But it's a-
490.
That's a one-time appropriation with proper notice, just so I'm not going to freak everybody out with recurring. It's a one-time capital appropriation.
I understand
As a
that. And-
nonprofit donation, with proper notice.
With proper notice, and I think Mr. Rogers was the second. Okay. Mr. Schoaf.
Yeah, I'd like
yes.
to get in queue now.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'd like to make an amendment to that, to reduce it to $150,000 one-time donation, contingent on the following. I said this, I had an interview in the news, I didn't really want to, but I needed to explain this position. Ms. Pomeroy has said this several times, I agree with him, we're just in the fire business badly. I still am of the opinion that we should put a referendum to the to people of the county to see if they would entertain a fire tax. I intend to bring that back up. However, I also recognize that would take a year or two to do. So I'm trying to think through a funding stopgap here, and I think I found one. Several years ago, we leased out the TRC building. So I would like to move to, again, place the TRC building up for lease so that we can collect that revenue. I believe that revenue was around $200,000 a year. I think we could probably get more than that. And then for the first year, we would take $150,000 of it to put that to the volunteer fire departments, and another $50,000 to pay for the move for the election commission back to here.
Okay, so restate your motion.
So the amendment.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
The amendment is to, there's a couple parts to it. One, I'm going to reduce the one-time nonprofit allocation from $409,000 to $150,000. In order to pay for that, we would put the TRC building up for lease. So the first year lease, that funding would come from that first year's lease. I'm estimating that we would get $200,000 from it because that's what we used to get from it, roughly. Of that, $150,000 would go to the fire department one time, 1 year, and then $50,000 of it would go to move the election commission back here.
Okay, so that's the motion, the amendment and the second. Now, hold on one second.
The whole purpose of the notice is so the public's aware before the vote. You can't preemptively give them the money and then say, I'm gonna do the notice.
According to the law director, which I agree with, is the notice, the purpose of the notice is to give the public the awareness so they can come and speak before that we're voting on it pending that notice.
Then,
So hold on.
what I'm hearing, that we need to have the public notice before we make a vote to do the nonprofit? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
the main motion,
So then
yes.
here's what I'll do. Then I'll just amend the motion to, I'll amend that motion so that we simply post notice and we put the TRC building up for lease in order to capture that additional revenue so that we can make movement on this need.
Yes, I'm going to let the law director chime in.
We got to have a revenue stream.
Generally speaking, I don't have a problem with what you're attempting to do. However, I can't suggest you all entertain leasing this facility when we're still under a restraining order on this current case. So
my understanding is that the next step in this process is to build a plan and have that plan, submit that plan back to Judge Oliver. Is that correct?
That's not incorrect. However, you're making plans to lease a building against funds that you're hedging to make part of the VFD allocation. Are you going to make those with some undetermined time?
We've got the notice. We can deal with that when it comes. Simply, I'm trying to capture a new revenue stream. We have to put something in front of Judge Oliver. That is a requirement. I think this is a great plan. We can put that in front of the judge, and the way I see it is that we put forward plans and they're not getting considered, so let's put forward this one.
Okie dokie.
Okay, so that's an amendment. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to amend the amendment.
Okay.
I would like to amend the amendment to give $650,000 to our volunteer fire department as a one-time donation.
Yeah, I'm listening on my left here. All right. Yeah, let's turn your red light on. Mr. Lawing, in his last meeting here with us.
With proper notice.
Yeah, but we need to, go ahead, Mr. Lawing. Can you get red?
What the statute says, you can only appropriate after it has been, it specifically says in the statute, has been published in a paper of general circulation in the county telling your intent to appropriate and specifying the amount and purpose. So you guys have not published anything, so you cannot contemplate appropriating anything at this point.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll amend my motion then. I'll amend the motion to, this body commits to appropriate $650,000 at a future meeting next month.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to entertain that. Out of the advice of the law director and direction of the finance director, I'm not going to entertain that motion.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess like this whole discussion then would just be for just giggles, I guess, because I think the intent of it getting on our agenda today was to provide funding. Our volunteer fire departments they're in a bad spot. None of people even realize it. I mean, there's volunteer fire departments that are ready to shut down, and we don't have a clue. And we have kicked this can for 3 years, and every time we get to this point, there's always a reason for the no. And we can never get to that yes. And so it's like, from what I'm hearing is we can't even get to a yes even if we wanted to. It's got to go back to a committee and be properly noticed to then get, I guess, lost again somewhere. And then maybe next year we can give this a shot again from the floor to be told no. I know
that Chairman of Health and Emergency Service, I think there's an ad hoc committee getting put together.
Yeah. So my concern, Mr. Chairman, is that like we literally have volunteer fire departments that are ready at the point of breakage today, not next month, not 6 months from now, like today. So this is an immediate need that we need to address. And again, we continue to kick this can.
Yeah. Yeah, there is. Noel, he's. Hold on 1 second. I got 4 people talking to me. Yeah, he made an amendment, and we're discussing why his amendment wasn't allowed. So he's He's talking through that amendment. Hold on one second. What? Okay. Did you need something too?
You all can still vote to notice 50 grand or whatever you want to. That gets the notice posted, then we can vote on it at the next meeting.
Okay. I want to let the finance director talk. The law director says we can't commit, but we can vote to notice the 650 for next month. But let the finance director chime in. Can you turn in?
Same thing the law director was going to say was exactly what I was going to say. You can't vote to appropriate, but you can vote that you're going to notice it in the paper, and then next month you put it on your agenda to discuss and consider it.
Does that mean that, does a dollar amount need to be published?
The statute says to put the dollar and the purpose, so you're going to need to term your purpose and dollar and just publish it this
So then,
month.
Mr. Chairman, my motion would be then to notice the public for $650 to our VFDs.
All right. So the amendment here by Mr. Nguyen is to notice the public for, he said $650.
$650,000. Left a couple zeros off, I'm sorry.
And there was a second by somebody.
Yeah.
Mr. Harris seconded that. Mr. Mansfield, on this amendment, the amendment here is to notice it for $650. Okay. So this is the amendment to his amendment. All right. Seeing none, let's do a voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. I want to make sure, was that Mr. Jones was a no, and Mr. Brown and Mr. Hyde? Oh yeah, we'll put it on the board. Put it on the board. This is for the 650. This is the amendment to notice for the 650.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay. All right. So just for clarification, for the audience member, that does not appropriate the 650, right? That will happen next month, potentially. All right. Now, so that amended your amendment. So now, you technically have to vote on that again. Yeah. So I want to ask Mr. Schoaf now to re-speak his amendment now that it's been amended.
I mean, so the amendment is, the way I'm understanding this is that we are now, and I voted against it, but that's fine. We are noticing for $650,000. One time. This is simply putting the TRC building, noticing for, putting that up for lease to capture an additional revenue stream.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mansfield.
Yeah, I just wanted to address his amendment as far as the statutory authority. TCA 5-5-121 addresses the powers of county legislative bodies and says that we have the power to erect or control and dispose of county buildings. So I want to set that. It also says TCA 5-7-103, county legislative body of every county can hold suitable sites for offices as may be deemed expedient by the legislative body. We're the only ones that have authority to do that. I want to set that tone there. Furthermore, TCA 5-7-116 states that each county may lease land or existing buildings owned by the county to any person, corporation, or partnership or association for such consideration and upon such terms as in the judgment of the governing body, which is a legislative body, and are in the interest of the county. So I just wanted to set the tone there on the statutory authority that we have 100% authority to do what he's asking. We leased it for $200,000 a year to TCA before they were wrongfully removed by the county executive unstatutorily.
You're talking about the previous?
Previous, not, yes, I'm talking about the previous term prior to 2022. And so the rightful, it was never voted on by the county legislative body, and it still hasn't been voted on, but but we lost $200,000 revenue stream, so I fully support and appreciate Commissioner Schoaf's effort to find a recurring revenue stream of potentially $200,000 a year to go towards this as a permanent solution. So I'm fully in support of his amendment.
Okay.
That is still. So.
Yes, point of information, Mr. Ring. Let's get red light on Mr. Ring. This isn't debate, this is asking a question.
But yeah, Mr. Wynn's motion had nothing to do, did not mention TRC, that building. So doesn't his motion override it was an amendment to that motion?
It was, he amended the dollar amount from 150 up to 650.
Okay.
At one time.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Rogers.
I'd just like to encourage people that we're still under that injunction, and our lawyers already said he didn't think that would be a good move. So kudos to the budget chairman by all means, but I think we need to.
Fair enough. All right. Let's put this one on the board. Again, this is a one-time 650, but then also look to lease the TRC building. We think it could bring in 200,000, but whatever that ends up. But basically, it's a one-time 650 and lease the TRC building. Correct. Yes, this is not a notice to lease. The notice, but you're right. The notice for the 650, but the lease can happen regardless. No notice.
Notice comes later.
Not according to the law director. All right. Everyone clear as mud? Let's put that on the board.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay, so that fails. So we're back now to the main motion, which was 490.
Well, Mr. Chairman, yeah, so that means that the point of information, that means that the 650,000 failed, correct?
Correct. So Mr. Wynn. Yeah.
To notice.
Amendment.
Amendment to notice the 650,000 for the volunteer fire departments.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, let's put this on the board. So this amendment to the main motion is to notice the 650,000.
I want to speak to this real quickly. I'll be quick.
All right, Mr. Shove. Hold on a second. There you go.
I just want to be super clear.
Yeah, the previous time we voted on this, it was to another amendment. Now we're back to that amendment failed. So now we're back to the main motion that had to get amended again. So this is just the same amendment to get it to the 650, but now the TRC lease is off the table.
Listen.
So go ahead.
I just want to be super clear here. Don't kid yourselves. This is not a one-time thing. We're going to end up voting on this the same amount every year. We've done this every year. It's going to happen. I'm all for getting these folks more money. I've tried to do it in an honest way that said, hey, we need to put this and consider another revenue stream. I tried to add up and put together another revenue stream. It almost passed. It didn't. The reason I'm asking for another revenue stream, my fellow commissioner here, senior commissioner, he had an idea of making it into a paid service. I've tried to place it forward into putting it into putting a referendum out to go to, a subscription service. I've tried to put a referendum out for a fire tax for the, see I said tax, I'm not afraid of it, for the county residents, because these are honest things. We are slowly but surely taking over the operations of fully funding a volunteer service. And that's fine if that's the will of this body. We need to be super clear about what we're getting into. I'm not saying that they don't. The reason I'm against this is because there's no revenue stream for it. I'm not against giving them the money. I'm trying to find a revenue stream. So just know that this is one of these things that's going to continue to grow. Just understand that.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wright.
Whenever we talk of fully funding a volunteer fire department, yes, we are funding the fire department, but that's totally different than paying for a paid fire department. if we had a county fire department, folks, y'all don't know how much money we're talking about. It's going to be in the tens of millions of dollars. Because if you think hiring and staffing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and if you think if we go to a county fire department, if you think they're going to be satisfied with some of these podunk fire departments and firehouses, no, they're going to want a new facility. You do not realize, and I understand it's being stated fully funded, but I want to make something very clear. These folks are volunteers. They volunteer their time, the time away from their family. They are public servants, and they needed to be respected and treated as such.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think to Commissioner Schoaf's point, if we don't find a revenue stream, this is going to probably trigger a tax increase on down the road. If not next year, it'll definitely be the year after that. For sure, a tax increase if we fully fund them. But my question is, I guess I'll address it to the chair, and if you don't know, if we could ask the maker of the motion, is there an opportunity to look at this revenue stream for leasing the TRC building in another motion, or does that just need to be a separate agenda item that comes up in another commission meeting?
At this point, it'd be a separate agenda item at a different meeting.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. For that reason, I can't go that high an amount until we figure out a revenue stream.
That's
I do want
fair.
to fund the fire departments.
Okay, Mr. Teachner.
Can you get somebody to use the word split equally again?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I need a little information. Would this be set in stone, $650,000 on the next commission meeting, or would it be amendable?
It would be noticed.
After
It would
the
be
notice-
noticed for 650, but next month's meeting, we can vote that down, we can change it to whatever, but it's got to be noticed.
Got it.
And it's got to be an amount noticed. And to clarify, the motion that we're talking about here is, it is split evenly amongst the fire department, so that was the phrase that the maker of the original motion included. So, but yes,
Thank
next
you.
month.
I just want clarification.
It could change. Mr. Harrison.
Just real quickly, I would like to ask the budget chairman if he would to maybe put a discussion on the budget agenda for this upcoming month as well, since that will be before the next meeting.
Okay, well, we'll make sure, Commissioner Schoaf will make sure that happens. Mr. Ring?
Yeah, one clarification and a question. The clarification is, this is to be divided among the 9 departments, is that correct?
Split evenly.
Split evenly among the 9 departments, okay, so that'd be about 72,000 something each. The other question is, if you can ask Mr. Long, where will this money come from?
I'll let Mr. Long get a red light, and there you go.
It would have to come from unassigned fund balance, so, but for clarification for Mr. Ream's earlier question, is it the 9 different departments or the 13 different stations?
Yeah, I'll ask the maker of the motion, Mr. Mansfield. You're split evenly, okay, so he said 13. So the main motion is to split it evenly amongst the 13 stations, not department. No, thank you for clarifying. No one else is in the queue, so we don't need to call a question, I don't think. So I know, but if someone jumps, then we'll call a question. So we got the amendment we need to vote on, right? So this is the notice of the 650 split evenly on the 13 stations. Let's put that on the board, Ms. Templeton. Notice 650, 13 stations evenly.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay, so now we're back to the main motion, which is the exact same thing we just said. So let's put this, so now it's the main motion, same thing we just said, main motion.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Okay. So that passes. So again, just for the audience, that means that the notice for the 650 will be on next month's meeting. That 650 may go down to 0. It may go up to 10 million or more. Now, hold on. All right. So, point of clarification. Let's get a red light. Go ahead, sir.
As Health and Emergency Services Chair, legal, should I go ahead and proceed with the ad hoc next month or roll that a
Yes.
month depending on
Let's
the
go ahead and
outcome?
proceed with your ad hoc.
Very well.
Okay. All right, there's financial management, anything there? I don't know who's, Ms. Boyd's out. Okay. All right, we are on the recognition of public, or actually, Mr. Schofer, you done with your budget? Okay. You're still staying out, I didn't know.
Wasn't there a time limit set on that?
No, it didn't pass. I tried. No. So we have one speaker, Charlene Allmiller, and this is, she declines, thank you. I don't know if you need that or not. No, hold on a second. Any announcements besides adjourning? All right, motion to adjourn. There we go.